Chapter 81. A booming sound, woom, spreads throughout the unseen depths, and Alon feels a primal fear start to churn in his brain. His whole body trembles, as if standing before a predator. His mind grows hazy, and a thought begins to dominate his mind. He must escape from this place right now. And then, no, if I run. If I run, I mustn't. Run away. I must run. Raiden was the same. His mind twists, as if entranced by something. His thoughts are subconsciously driven to a single conclusion, repeating over and over in his head. Run away, 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 run away. Instinctively, Raiden flails his arms around, as if grasping for something nearby. It turns out to be a piece of wooden debris from a sunken pirate ship brought down by the mermen. Seeing the sharp edge of the wood, Raiden feels a strange sense of relief. I can escape. With that thought, he raises the debris with his right hand and aims it at his neck without hesitation. Guck! But as sanity returns to him, Raiden bites his tongue and twists the wood in his hand, driving it into his forearm instead. Stinging pain erupts, accompanied by trickling blood. I almost made a terrible mistake. Seeing this, Raiden clenches his teeth, realizing he had nearly fallen victim to the entity lurking in the abyss below. Yet soon, a sense of confusion arises. The reason being that the giant eye, which had just been pulling him into the depths and flooding him with terror, now seemed to reveal an alien emotion. As he turns his dazed gaze away, Raiden notices that he is not the only one in the sea, drawn here by the green scales. Standing beside him is the great moon, holding a blue-tinged potion between his lips, readying a technique. Despite experiencing the same terrifying sensation, the great moon's face remains unchanged. He is utterly impassive, as if that overwhelming fear had never affected him at all. Thus, Raiden, staring at Alon with a gaze tinged with awe, suddenly realizes that everything has stopped. The green scales dragging him into the depths cease their movements, and the turbulent currents come to a halt. Simultaneously, the previously emotionless eyes of the merman now brim with vivid confusion and fear as they fix on Raiden. And then, a chilling, eerie voice echoes, and the massive eye that had been dragging Raiden into the depths begins to slowly close. As the eye closes, fleeting emotions pass by. Shock, fear, reverence. If only there had been more time. And finally, as the eye in the deep darkness closes completely, the force that had been pulling him down, Kalak Kul, vanishes entirely. Staring blankly at the sight, Raiden then turns his gaze towards Alon. No, towards the great moon, gazing blankly. However, Alon, who was receiving Raiden's gaze of awe, was also thinking. What just happened? In fact, he had not fully grasped what had transpired. After all, he was also in the midst of a fear that gnawed at his mind, trying desperately to cast a spell to prevent Raiden from being dragged away, when Kalak Kul suddenly vanished. I think I heard something about the Star Eater mixed with some noise, Alon recalled, looking puzzled as the eerie voice echoed in his mind. For a moment, confusion lingered, but then, I'm alive. Satisfied for now with the simple fact of being alive, Alon moved toward the surface to take a breath. Hash. About a week later. In the end, Raiden unified the 7 archipelagos, while Alon had to endure a week of recovery from the aftereffects of his depleted mana. Though the mana exhaustion penalty was relatively mild, taking only a week to recover compared to the mana poisoning that could take up to half a year, Alon found it manageable. Especially since dealing with the external press had nearly turned him into a shell of himself. Of course, the main reason Alan could handle Kalak Kull relatively easily was because Kalak Kull had only recently manifested and had not fully inherited its powers. Moreover, the human sacrifice required to summon it had not been properly carried out. What mattered most to Alan at this point was that he had managed to deal with a demigod-level entity without sustaining any serious injuries. After resting for 4 days, Alan experienced 2 significant changes. The first was the attitude of the pirates. From the beginning, Alan was aware that the pirates' gazes were not particularly friendly toward him. However, since that day, hello, big brother. Have you eaten well, big brother? Yes. The pirates had started calling Alan Big Brother. And it wasn't just the regular pirates. Isn't it, Big Brother? Is your body feeling better now? Tariq. Even the pirate lords, who were directly under Raiden's command, had begun addressing him this way. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll have the men handle it immediately. Thank you. Haha, this is nothing. Of course, we do this for Big Brother. Watching the pirate lord of the 4th archipelago leave with a hearty laugh, Alan wore a peculiar expression. Just a few days ago, the pirates had looked at him with discontent, but now they were showing him obvious trust and respect. He wasn't sure when or where it started, but every pirate was calling Alan Big Brother. Not that it's a bad thing, but it feels like I've become a mob boss. The other change was Felon Chryson's attitude. Though he hadn't been openly hostile after their initial meeting, he also hadn't been particularly friendly. At best, their relationship could be described as distant. But ever since the last incident, Felon had been looking at Alan with a gaze full of reverence. Honestly, from Alan's perspective, it felt a bit overwhelming. Well, there's nothing wrong with building a positive relationship with a talented mage. Still, the drastic shift in Felon's behavior left Alan feeling slightly bewildered. Anyway, after sensing these changes over the past 4 days, Alan decided to head to the eastern shore that had been mentioned. As soon as he felt somewhat recovered, he went to find Raiden. Big brother, are you feeling better now? Do you know anything about the eastern shore? The eastern shore? Yes. Well, I think it's the eastern shore of the Cyphra archipelago. Cyphra? Yes, it's about 6 hours away from here. Have you heard of it? I'm somewhat familiar. Alan nodded, as the Cyphra archipelago was a location he had frequently visited while playing Psychedelia. The Cyphra archipelago, also known as the Island of Criminals. Similar to the underworlds of Asteria and Ashtalon in the United Kingdom, the Island of Criminals was a gathering place for outlaws and pirates. Whenever Alan played Psychedelia, he often visited Cyphra to use its black market, which sold many unidentified relics. Recalling this, Alan asked, "Can we head there now? If Big Brother wants to move, we can leave right away." "Please do, As he received an immediate agreement and nodded, Alan let out a small exclamation and spoke again. "Come to think of it, I haven't given you this yet." Saying so, he placed a small box on the table. "It's a gift." "A gift?" "Yes, I meant to give it to you earlier, but it took some time." Raiden, slightly surprised by Alan's words, looked at the box and then replied, "If it's a gift from Big Brother, I'll gladly accept it." With a smile, he took the box. Soon, Alan, Raiden, and the others set off for the Cyphra archipelago. Hash. The journey to Cyphra was quite calm, and this time both Pena and Felon accompanied Alan voluntarily, not by his request. It seemed they had something to investigate in Cyphra. After about 6 hours of sailing, they arrived at Cyphra around noon. For now, Alan decided to move alone on the island, as his business on the eastern shore was something he needed to do by himself. Of course, the island's criminal nature makes it a bit tricky. Although the island had a rough reputation, it was essentially a village, so Alan felt it should be relatively safe. With that in mind, he was the first to step off the ship. Before long, Alan regretted venturing out alone. What a filthy maze this is. The Cyphra archipelago's pathways were more convoluted than he had anticipated. Despite not being directionally challenged, he found himself looping back to the same place multiple times. How can it be that going left brings me back here, going straight returns me here, and even going right leads me here? It was absurd. He stopped in front of a sign he had already seen several times, Rum's Bounty, and on a whim, approached a group of 4 people drinking in the nearby street pub. "Excuse me, do any of you know how to get to the eastern shore?" His tone was reasonably polite. "Huh, how the hell should I know, you idiot?" "Pee-wah-ha-ha, you really do look like an idiot, what a softy, huh? A total softy, ha-ha-ha." As expected, Alan realized he wouldn't get any helpful answers from them, so he moved on. About 20 minutes later, a low sigh escaped Alan. Despite having moved to another location, he found himself in front of Rum's Bounty for the 5th time. Just as he was considering whether he should turn back. "Hey!" He turned toward the voice and saw a man. He recognized the man as one of those who had been mocking him from the corner of a pub earlier. Alan wore a puzzled expression, as the man now wore an anxious smile instead. The man quickly spoke. You're looking for the eastern shore, right? You can reach it by following this road straight ahead, then taking the left turn at the fork on the right." This man, who had not offered any help earlier, was now providing directions. His overly polite smile, combined with a rough appearance suggesting he'd done some dirty work, sparked a small suspicion in Alan. "Really, I swear. Once you take the fork on the right, you'll see a path over the hill leading to the shore. You can check it yourself." Noticing Alan's hesitation, the man hurriedly added, trying to sound convincing. "He was mocking me earlier, so why is he helping now?" Well, thinking it over, I felt a bit bad about it, so I thought I should tell you," the man explained awkwardly. Alan gave a thoughtful hum, his expression still uncertain. "Well, the road he mentioned isn't an alley but a main street, so there's probably no trap. I might as well try it." Feeling tired of wandering aimlessly for nearly an hour, Alan decided to give the man's directions a chance. "For now, I'll say thanks." With that, Alan began walking along the main street as instructed. Meanwhile, the man watched Alan leave, and once he was out of sight, his forced smile faded, replaced by a look of terror and anxiety. He turned toward the alley next to the pub, where he saw his companions, who had been laughing with him earlier, now lying on the ground. They were covered in blood, their bodies in such a gruesome state that it was unclear if they were alive or dead. Standing nearby, watching him with an eerie, chilling gaze that could make him wet himself just from eye contact, was the Pirate King. And then, the Pirate King gave a nod and vanished. Thud! The man collapsed to the ground on the spot. Though he fell in an embarrassing position, he didn't care. Instead, "I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive." All he could do was offer infinite thanks to the gods for still being alive. Chapter 82. Alan, walking along the main road, soon found himself at the eastern coast of Cyphra. He glanced around, noticing how the eastern beach was far quieter than the village he first arrived at. All he could see was sand, the sea, and distant cliffs, nothing else. "I really made it," he thought. Remembering the man who suddenly changed his attitude and kindly showed him the way, Alan wore a peculiar expression as he began walking along the shore. Soon, he pulled out a necklace marked with the black wood pattern given by that being he encountered at the colony. He never expected to encounter a different race openly on this coast, especially one he hadn't seen even in psychedelia. Thus, with the necklace in hand, Alan kept walking on the empty sand toward the approaching cliffs until he noticed a woman watching him from a rocky path leading beyond the cliffs. No, it wasn't a woman. A mermaid. While the upper body was undoubtedly human, the lower half had the streamlined form of a fish. Alan approached her, verifying her form. "Who are you, and why do you have that necklace?" the beautiful mermaid asked with a voice full of evident wariness. Alan, nodding the beauty of her voice as much as her appearance, replied, "I came here with an introduction from Dragonkin." "The Dragonkin. I heard that with this item, I'd be able to see the truth." When he showed the necklace to the mermaid, she mumbled the words Dragonkin several times, as if pondering something, then asked, "Are you referring to the ones with long tails?" "Tails? They are quite long, I suppose." "How long exactly?" "Long enough to make a question mark with them." Alan responded, though puzzled by the question. However, his answer seemed to be what she wanted, as the mermaid, initially cautious, relaxed and spoke. "It seems you really are a guest. You've come to see, right?" "Yes." "Then please follow me." With a nod from Alan, the mermaid climbed down the rocks and dove into the sea. She soon created a massive sphere, like a drop of water, in front of her. It shimmered in a reddish hue under the setting sun. "Get in here," the mermaid instructed. Alan hesitated for a moment before stepping into the sphere. As soon as he entered, layers of magic began to cover the sphere. "All right, we're moving now," she announced, pulling the sphere down toward the sea. Passing through the crimson waters dyed by twilight, they soon descended into the dark depths. Alan, steadily sinking into the deep sea, felt no particular fear, as if the mermaid, who hadn't even introduced herself, was indifferent to the situation. However, Alan couldn't help but feel a chill as the surroundings grew pitch black, with nothing visible. It felt as though he were floating in an endless void. Amid this strange unease and discomfort, he briefly felt something peculiar. At some point, a single beam of light appeared in the pitch-black darkness. As Alan noticed it, an aurora-like green light gently spread through the deep sea, easing his anxiety. Captivated by the beautiful sight, Alan let out a quiet exclamation. As the mermaid continued to pull the sphere deeper, the green aurora became clearer to Alan's eyes. After a little more time had passed, "We've arrived." Alan found himself at a cave. "This place is..." As the sphere dissolved, Alan stepped into the cave, looking around with an intrigued expression. It seemed like any other cave, but the fact that he could breathe normally here was fascinating. "Follow me." Distracted by his surroundings, Alan was startled by the mermaid's voice. He turned to see her lower body transform. Her streamlined shape had grown into two human-like legs. Apart from the gills on her neck, she looked nearly indistinguishable from a human. Realizing why Alan was surprised, the mermaid gave a faint smile. "This only happens in this sanctuary." As if understanding Alan's reaction, she led him further inside the cave. After about 10 minutes, Alan arrived at a massive chamber. Wow! He couldn't help but marvel. Aside from the central altar, the chamber was empty, but the ceiling of the cave revealed the sky. Yes, it was the sky. Despite being in the deep sea, a starry night sky spread across the cavern's ceiling. Alan, who hadn't even uttered a word when he saw the aurora earlier, stared blankly at the ceiling, this time exclaiming openly, "Is it beautiful to you?" Suddenly, the mermaid's voice rang out. "Yes, it is." Seeing Alan nod, her expression turned oddly bittersweet. No, it was something more than that, a profound melancholy, just as Alan sensed the nature of this emotion. "I see for now, yes." She mumbled softly, her voice barely audible to Alan, before continuing the conversation. "This is the sky you've always seen. But wasn't it still daytime when we came in? It took us some time to descend. It's not too early for the stars to appear, anyway." The mermaid changed the subject. "Welcome to the sanctuary of observation. I am the observer. You came here to see the truth, didn't you?" "That's right. I was told I'd be able to see the truth here." "You made a wise choice." "Did I?" "Yes, once you see the truth, you will understand everything." With that, she moved toward the altar, retrieving a mirror, which she handed to Alan. "This is. Look into it. You will see what you've been searching for." Taking the mirror, Alan peered into it. He saw his own expressionless face reflected back, feeling puzzled. Then he experienced a strange sensation. It felt as if the entire world was being sucked into the mirror. Alan realized that his perspective had shifted. The true gods have been dethroned. A voice echoed in his mind. Hidden, an operative of the organization working for the Blue Moon, had arrived at Moolman, one of Asteria's territories. Moolman was a place where the influence of the underworld was strong, neglected by the nobility. Hidden had come here for one reason. He had learned that the ringleaders who were plotting against the Great Moon would be gathering in this area. Following the orders of Jawial, Deus Macallion, he was here to identify those conspiring to defame the Great Moon. Arriving a little ahead of the appointed time, Hidden was preparing to conceal himself in advance. As soon as he arrived at the basement entrance, there were only red bloodstains in sight. Seeing the blood trailing outside the building, Hidden realized that there had been an attack. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a dreadful scene. Drip, drip. A horrifying environment unfolded before Hidden. The room was filled with corpses, faces mangled by something, bodies split in half, and limbs missing. There were even bodies with eyes still wide open in terror. Numerous other gruesome remains littered the room, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Despite the gruesome sight, Hidden's mind remained calm. Who could have done this? Traitors, blacklight cultists, the Roots. No, none of them would go to such lengths. Could it be the Shadows? No, the Shadows wouldn't leave behind such evidence. Even in this dire situation, he was attempting to deduce who was responsible. Crash! Hearing a sudden noise from above, Hidden quickly moved to the upper floor. When he reached the second floor, he saw a bizarre scene. 5 people, unmistakably nobles of Asteria, were seated around a large round table, their necks twisted 2 full turns, killed in a strange manner. Hug! Standing in the middle of the round table was a man, staring directly at him. The black-haired, blue-eyed man stood in the silent, moonlit room, gazing calmly at Hidden, who had appeared abruptly. The man held no visible weapon. There was nothing resembling a weapon at his waist, nor anywhere else. Still, Hidden instinctively understood. This man was the one who had caused the horrific scene. He unconsciously tried to suppress his wildly beating heart, assuming a tense expression. The man did nothing, yet Hidden sensed that he was a formidable presence. There was no evidence or clear reason, only an instinctive awareness that the black-haired, blue-eyed man was making this fact known to him. But Hidden couldn't just stand there, so he quietly reached for the sword at his waist. At that moment, the man, previously expressionless, broke into a smile. It was an innocent smile, one that seemed impossible for someone who had created such a scene. As that smile appeared, the suffocating pressure also vanished, leaving Hidden bewildered. Then, tab, tab, tab. The man stepped down from the round table and started walking toward Hidden. Seeing this, Hidden tried to draw his sword, but thud! The man, having closed the distance in an instant, pressed the hilt of the sword back into its sheath. Click! The sword slid back in smoothly, as if Hidden hadn't exerted any force at all, before he could process what had just happened. The job here is already done, so you can leave. But if I were to say one thing. The man glanced at Hidden then. Pad. He patted Hidden on the shoulder. Next time, make sure to do your support work properly. With that innocent smile, he added, this is a rather sensitive matter. And with those words, he disappeared from the building. Left alone in the vacant spot, Hidden stood there, staring blankly at the door through which the man had exited. Chapter 83. The true gods have been dethroned. A voice whispers in Alan's ear. It's unclear whether it belongs to a man, a woman, a child, or an elder. The sound is distorted like bizarre static. Alan, who had experienced a similar phenomenon once before, soon realized that his body was now floating alone in a place resembling the deep sea he had seen earlier. The original gods who lost their thrones were deprived of many things. The static-filled voice continued in a low tone. Someone lost their name. Someone lost their body. Someone lost their mind. Someone lost their honor. Many lost things and were robbed. The dark beings plundered much. As Alan tried to focus on this mysterious voice, which seemed capable of driving him mad if he let his guard down for even a moment, he suddenly felt a sense of confusion. According to what he knew, when one looked into a mirror, one had to face the truth. However, in his vision, there was only a void darker than the deep sea, with nothing but the static-laden voice resounding. What on earth is this? Alan tried to speak, but unfortunately, his voice did not come out as he intended, the moment he sensed this strangeness. It is bevel nat bien chum luk nyo quing jun, nyang mute numvil dek mokbem. I. The voice, now filled with even harsher static, rang in his ears so violently that he instinctively raised his hands to block them. Who? Veldik nat gitjun, rom mub queen griat gachumdabe. The eerie sound, as if it would rob him of his hearing, continued as though it were directly piercing into his mind. And then, so it is still not time. With a faint noise, eliminate the one in hiding, the one who was deprived. By the time Alan heard this again, feast Chinese letter, he finally saw it. For now, what he faced was neither the deep sea nor the abyss. It was countless nebulae at the edge of his vision. For the sake of greatness, I will withhold words. Alan stared blankly ahead, entranced by what he had mistaken for the abyss until now. As he recognized what appeared to be the abyss, static began to invade his vision as well. A single point of his vision, half of his vision, his entire vision filled with static. And Alan witnessed it. The eye that was staring at him. An eye as if filled with nebulae, residing within the abyss. And then, close your eyes. At its command. Gasp. He instinctively gasped and repeatedly blinked his startled eyes, only to find himself back at the deep-sea observatory. The observer standing before Alan asked, with a deeply concerned expression, Are you okay? As Alan momentarily furrowed his brow at the observer's startled face, he realized his eyes were damp. He glanced into a mirror. There he saw himself bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth. A little later. Yes. As expected, it's not an ordinary situation, is it? Alan, having wiped away the blood, heard this from the observer. She seemed uncertain about how to explain things, and after some hesitation, spoke with a peculiar expression. So, you're saying that someone spoke to you when you looked into the mirror? Yes. I heard the story there. Yes, it was definitely about the gods. Wait, don't say any more than that. Was I not supposed to mention it? Yes, Whether here or elsewhere, it's better not to talk about that, unless you want to see those things clinging to the roots crawling out. The observer let out a sigh. Anyway, you saw a large, noise-covered entity inside the mirror, right? Yes. At Alon's nod, she paused for a moment before speaking. Let me clarify something first. The mirror you looked into earlier is called a bronze mirror that records history. As the name suggests, its function is to show the recorded history it stores. Then normally, you should have seen the history displayed by the bronze mirror. Its ability is strictly limited to that. But you. The observer hesitated briefly before continuing. It seems you saw something else. What do you mean by something else? I can't explain it. Even as an observer, I can't identify an entity that can break into the bronze mirror's abilities and control it at will. Alon looked again at the bronze mirror in his hand, hoping its power might activate this time. But unfortunately, after witnessing the strange phenomenon earlier, nothing else occurred when he looked into the mirror. It felt as if the mirror itself was refusing to show anything more. Realizing this, Alon sighed and set the mirror down, prompting the observer to continue her explanation. One thing is certain, you encountered an entity beyond your capacity. Given that you bled profusely and all words were distorted by noise, it's clear. So, seeing an entity beyond one's capacity leads to such results. If the difference in rank is significant, yes, I can't even tell what's happening right now. The observer shifted her gaze from the bronze mirror back to Alon. At this point, there's not much more I can do to help. That's unfortunate. I didn't even get half the information I wanted. There is one thing I can deduce from your words. What is it? It's likely that the deprived one you encountered refers to an outer god, and it seems that what you saw might have been trying to protect you. Protect me. It was a word that felt unnatural given the recent events. As Alon appeared confused, the observer collected her thoughts and continued speaking. I told you, did I? The bronze mirror shows history. Yes. But not everyone sees the same history. The starting point differs. The starting point differs. The observer pointed to the bronze mirror. Most of those who look into this mirror typically see the era of the forgotten gods as the base history, but a select few can even see beyond that, into a more distant past. As Alon listened, he asked a question. Are you saying there's a history that predates the era of the forgotten gods? I haven't seen it myself, but I believe there is. Why is that? My predecessor, my mentor, saw that past and left a will before passing away. Her voice became tinged with bitterness as she murmured, never look into the past before the era of the gods. It was an absurd death, suddenly being shown a past that had remained hidden despite using the mirror dozens of times, and then dying. Just looking into a further past can kill someone. Yes, if one's rank is not suitable, it's inevitable. She added, if you had seen the past, bleeding from your eyes, nose, and mouth wouldn't have been the end of it. You would have either died, bleeding from every pore, or become incapacitated, even if you were lucky. I'm not sure of the exact criteria for seeing the past, but if you were able to glimpse the primordial past like my mentor did, it's practically the same as being saved. Could it be unrelated to that? No, I think it is. The observer, looking at the bronze mirror in Alon's hand, spoke. When my mentor saw the primordial past and died, the bronze mirror lost its power for about a year, just like now. There was a hint of unknown anger and longing in her eyes. After a brief pause, she continued, for now, I'll send you back outside. With the mirror having lost its power, there's nothing more you can do here. Perhaps in a year, things might be different. All right, I'll leave it to you. Alon boarded the sphere that the observer had created, and was sent back outside the chamber. May I ask you one more question? What is it? This isn't related to what I heard earlier, but I heard it while dealing with the outer god. Do you know anything about the Star Eater? He asked her this question. Hash. After Elan disembarked, Felin and Penia also landed on the Cyphra archipelago. In addition to investigating the mermen, they were there to look into the illegal distribution of goods from the Blue Tower. Officially, the tower's goods were only handled by authorized contractors. Felin and Penia were there to investigate the distribution of illegal goods as well. This is so annoying. Why do I, of all people, have to do this just because I'm a deputy tower lord? Seeing Penia revert to her usual self and dragging her staff along while looking utterly exhausted, Felin thought. As expected, his suspicions about Count Palacio had largely dissipated after witnessing the Count's impressive magic during the battle with the mermen a week ago. The reason Felin was reminded of the Count when looking at Penia was not due to curiosity about why she was so deferential toward him, but rather due to a deeper question. No, a certainty. After observing Penia for a while, Felin finally spoke. Sister, why are you talking to me when it's scorching hot? Penia responds irritably. Can I ask you something? What is it? As he looks at her. Do you, by any chance, like Count Palacio? Felin casually throws out the question. And then, smack. Thus he. Without breaking her stride, Penia smacks the back of Felin's head. Felin looks at her, surprised and a bit bewildered. Wait, why did you suddenly hit me? But before he could finish, Penia slaps the back of his head again. It's already unbearably hot and you're getting on my nerves. Are you trying to die, you idiot? Like a volcano erupting, she grabs Felin by the hair and starts pounding his side with her other hand. Ow, ow, sister, why suddenly? Do I like him? Is that even a question? Why would I like Count Palacio? No, I just thought you always seem so reserved when you're around him. You idiot, I've always been reserved. No, you weren't always. Stop spewing nonsense. Why on earth would I like him? How did you even come to that conclusion? So you don't like him? I have no reason to like him in the first place. Why would I like Count Palacio? Penia, seemingly even angrier at Felin's confused expression, picks up the pace of her punches. Realizing he might have really crossed the line, Felin instinctively tries to apologize, but I do like him. Suddenly, Penia stops her punches and mutters those words. Felin, clutching his throbbing side, stares at her in confusion. I do like him, yes, I like him. He notices her gaze trembling and directed towards something. When he turns his head, there stands Count Palacio, silently watching Penia and Felin with an expressionless face. And then, I love you. Penia's sorrowful, melancholic voice echoes in Felin's ears. Chapter 84. In a dark room. Did you really say that? Yes. In one of the secret locations scattered throughout the kingdom created by the Blue Moon, Hidden was reporting the recent events. It was a man with black hair and blue eyes. Is that so? Yes, although I remember his husky voice didn't quite match his appearance. Yusha furrowed his brow, as if contemplating the detailed description. But only briefly. Don't worry about that. With a simple command, Hidden responded. Is that really okay? Yes. Though reassured by Yusha's affirmation, Hidden hesitated for a moment before lowering his head. I will obey the command of the Red Moon. The command was absolute. However, that didn't mean his curiosity faded, so after confirming the communication device was off, Hidden wondered. Who is that guy? The next day, Thank you for bringing me this far. It's nothing, brother, it's my duty. Upon reaching the forest located on the right side of Kimon's territory, Alan patted Raiden's shoulder. Well, I'll see you next time. Yes, brother. Oh, and please take care of things over there. They said they have business in Rax's. He then turned his gaze toward Pena and Felon. Pena wore an awkward smile, while Felon stared at her with a strange expression. This was where they were to part ways. Unlike Alan, who no longer needed to stay in Rax's, the two had remaining matters to attend to there. Yes, since you've requested it, I will certainly do so. Good. Oh, but brother, may I ask you something? What is it? I was just wondering if you needed anything. Need anything? Yes. At Raiden's question, Alan tilted his head before responding. No, I don't. You do. Why, is there a problem? No, not exactly. It's just that you've come all this way. At Raiden's words, Alan paused thoughtfully. No, there's nothing I need. Seeing your face is enough. As I said, I wasn't sure if we'd meet again. Is that so? Yes, now I'll be on my way. Take care. With that, he disembarked from the ship. The ship soon departed again. He's gone. Yes, he has. Watching the ship grow smaller and smaller in the distance, Alan and Evan headed toward Kimon's territory to find a carriage. It was time to return to the Count of Palacio's estate. Star Eater. As he watched the slowly changing scenery outside the carriage, Alan recalled the conversation he had with the observer yesterday. Star Eater. Yes, do you know of it by any chance? Honestly, I don't, but it's quite an unsettling term. Is it? Why so? The observer didn't respond to Alan's question. Alan, too, didn't press further. He had already had enough discussions with her to understand that if she didn't respond, it meant there was something unspeakable involved. There's so much obscure information, it's ridiculous. Alan sighed. Yet he wasn't irritated by this fact. After all, just recalling yesterday's incident, when blood had flowed profusely from his nose, mouth, and eyes, reminded him. It's better than dying. Alan was someone who would rather live with lifelong curiosity than stick his neck out to uncover one truth of the world. Of course, that doesn't mean I intend to do nothing. Maybe it's more accurate to say that I can't do nothing. He then remembered the words spoken by the entity he encountered when looking at the mirror yesterday. Execute the deprived one, was it? It was definitely called an outer god. He heard it clearly. Hiding, an outer god hiding. To him, these words could never be ignored. The fact that an outer god was hiding implied a great deal. First, it meant that the outer god was preparing something while remaining concealed. Second, if the outer god had managed to hide so successfully, it was almost as if it had fully manifested. In other words, to Alan, it was like having a fully constructed bomb hidden somewhere, one that could explode at any moment. I have to handle this no matter what. The problem was that there was no way to locate the hidden outer god. After pondering this for a while, Alan let out a long sigh and leaned back against the carriage seat. Realizing that no immediate solution was forthcoming, he decided to rest for the moment and pause his thoughts. How long had he been staring blankly out of the window? Suddenly, Alan, who had been gazing into empty space, turned to Evan and asked, Evan? Yes, Count. I'm rather good-looking, aren't I? Pardon. Evan, who was startled by this topic, one that had never been broached before, quickly collected himself and, after some consideration, answered, Well, of course you are. I thought so. Did something happen? At Evan's question, Alan recalled Pena's behavior from the previous day. Specifically, It was a voice he heard while on his way to greet Pinia's group, whom he had run into by chance on the roadside. Well, something like that. Something like that. Yes, Alan mumbled as he recalled the conversation he overheard when Pinia had been hitting Felon. Ow, ow, sister, why suddenly? Like, do I like him? Is that even a question? Why would I like Count Palacio? No, I just thought you always seem so reserved when you're around him. You idiot, I've always been reserved. No, you weren't always. Stop spewing nonsense. Why on earth would I like him? How did you even come to that conclusion? So you don't like him? I have no reason to like him in the first place. Why would I like Count Palacio? The conversation was still vividly clear in his memory. Of course, Alan had never once thought that Pinia had feelings for him. After all, there had never been any indication of that. Therefore, even if Pinia were to reject him, it would only be slightly awkward, and he wouldn't harbor any negative feelings toward her. But there was one reason that made him feel more uncomfortable about the situation. No matter how you look at it, she didn't need to beat up her brother with such disgust. Alan wasn't sure how Pinia felt, but from his perspective, it looked like she was utterly repulsed. And that, while hitting her brother for making such a remark. Well, I don't know what's going on, but don't worry about it, Count. For men, it's more about capability than appearance, right? That's true. Look at me, see how popular I am. Alan, having seen enough evidence to suggest otherwise, wanted to point out, you're not popular, but he restrained himself and simply nodded. Yeah, I suppose so. So don't let it bother you too much. At Evan's words, Alan nodded again. However, despite his nodding, he still felt a sense of melancholy. It was autumn, the season of turning leaves. Raiden, who had unified all the 7 archipelagos and essentially gained control of the eastern seas, sat in the office aboard his pirate ship, letting out a deep sigh. He had become the ruler of all the archipelagos and avenged his family's death, but it wasn't over yet. He still had a mission left to complete. He had to capture the blackfish. Lost in thought, Raiden pulled out a small box from his coat pocket. It was a gift Alan had recently given him before departing. Raiden, staring blankly at the box, soon opened it to check its contents. A monocle. The item inside was indeed a monocle, a single-lens eyeglass. It wasn't anything distinctive, just a common monocle one could find anywhere. Still puzzled, Raiden noticed a piece of paper inside the box and took it out. This will help reduce your perfectionism a bit. The note contained only a simple message. However, Raiden couldn't help but be surprised by its content. It was because, while people knew that Raiden was somewhat meticulous, no one in the Blue Moon's organization knew about his extreme perfectionism. Raiden himself had never shown it. While one could guess it from the way he kept the territories under his control tidy, Alan couldn't have prepared the gift with that in mind. From the moment Alan arrived on the islands, he had been by Raiden's side. Surprised, Raiden put on the monocle, and for the first time, he felt his compulsive need to balance his field of vision decrease significantly, leaving him astonished once again. How does brother know me so well? Raiden couldn't stop his growing curiosity as he thought of Alan, the one who had given him the gift. After all, Alan, the Great Moon, had always been this way. He knew that the captains of the 7 archipelagos were the ones who had killed Raiden's parents. He also knew a fact that Raiden had never shared with anyone, his extreme perfectionism. It was as if, just like Yusha always said, he knows everything. That was what Raiden found incredibly mysterious. And that wasn't all. I was sure brother needed power. Raiden was aware that this world was not so beautiful. The world operates on give and take. Where there is a departure, there is a return, and Raiden understood this principle very well. As a result, Raiden felt trust and gratitude towards the Great Moon, but he also believed that Alan must want something in return. Because in this world, there is no such thing as a favor without compensation. However, no matter how he looked at Alan, Raiden could not see any need for power. That was true even when dealing with the outer god. Even when Alan leapt in without hesitation to rescue him from the outer god's grasp. Unconsciously, Raiden recalled that moment. As the Great Moon tried to seal the pact, the greedy and indifferent eyes gazing at him from the depths of the sea suddenly became imprinted with fear. The awe and chills he felt back then. Phew! Raiden let out a sigh. From that moment and from their last conversation today, Raiden realized two things. One was that Alan's favor came without any demand for compensation. The other was that he currently lacked the ability to repay that favor. Because of that, I need more power. In my current state, I can't even stay by brother's side to support him. Raiden made up his mind. He decided to become strong enough to protect the Great Moon from nearby. Suddenly, as he reached that point in his thoughts, he muttered, "Hypnosis magic, huh?" He laughed at the foolish thoughts he had entertained not long ago. He might not have known back then, but since meeting the Great Moon, he now realized just how foolish and naive his thinking had been. Because of this, everything is for the Great Moon. Raiden quietly murmured to himself. It seems it's time to bring it out. He remembered an item buried in the depths of the sea and put on a resolute expression. After spending about 3 weeks in the carriage, Alan finally returned to the Palacio estate and took a very relaxed rest that night. Though he had spent years traveling here and there by carriage and should have been used to it by now, sleeping in a carriage was still extremely exhausting for him. So, after arriving at the estate and indulging in a deep rest, the next day, Alan received a call from Duke Altia for the first time in a while. Impressive, as expected. We were preparing too, but we couldn't find the right moment to make a move, but to deal with over 8 nobles at once. I thought you weren't paying much attention to this matter, so I was really surprised. For some reason, Alan was mistakenly being regarded as the mastermind who had killed 8 nobles without batting an eye. What is this about now? Alan muttered a low sigh. Chapter 85. Alan, having supposedly buried over 7 nobles, an accusation he hadn't even heard before, wore a bewildered expression for only a moment. Unsure how to clear up the misunderstanding, he eventually decided not to respond at all. While misunderstandings about who killed whom should be promptly resolved in ordinary human relationships, he was currently conversing with one of the key players in Asteria's dark schemes. Is that the only reason you contacted me? As Alan neither affirmed nor denied, the Duke of Altia nodded. Yes, I've reported everything to you. Having received a report about Kalfa before this conversation, Alan nodded in agreement. Then I'll see you at the upcoming coronation. Watching the Duke of Altia bow, Alan let out a small sigh and thought, come to think of it, there's a coronation coming up. Recalling this, Alan began sorting through the pile of letters stacked in one corner of his office desk. Soon, he found one bearing the royal family seal and a paper beneath it. It was from the royal secretary, containing various trivial formalities, but essentially stated that Count Palacio was away for an extended period, so he had only left the letter behind. The coronation is in 4 months, right? 4 months. Alan considered this period, which could be seen as either long or short, and then remembered something else. In about 4 months, it will be just under a year before the original story begins. The approaching timeline, which he had experienced countless times in the game, was a strange mix of emotions for Alan, but only for a moment. By then, there will be a whole truckload of enemies to deal with. He recalled the enemies that would emerge as the original storyline began. While the proxy was dealt with, the ghost castle hasn't been handled yet. Remembering the situation he had checked before going to the colony, Alan let out a small sigh and leaned back in his chair. There was more to deal with than he initially thought. I have to take care of the current troublemakers, as well as the hidden outer gods. In fact, handling the current troublemakers was not that difficult. In psychedelia, apart from the outer gods or the five great sins, the entities that could truly plunge the entire United Kingdom into chaos and conflict only became active when the original story started. Of course, Alan's goal was to lead a leisurely life by the time such chaos descended upon the United Kingdom. To that end, he had supported Eliban, the main protagonist of the original story. When the original story begins, I'll need to support him once again. Thinking about Eliban, who would secure his peaceful future, Alan then shifted his focus back to the outer gods, letting out another sigh. Unlike the future entities, the outer gods were Alan's responsibility to handle. The problem is that I don't know where this one is located. Even finding it will be a challenge. Alan's victories against the outer gods so far were only possible because they had not yet fully materialized in the world. It wasn't just that. His wins were also thanks to knowing certain characteristics, or rather, weaknesses of the outer gods. If he were to face a hidden outer god, it would likely be a completely different kind of battle. Well, as long as I can find out who the outer god is, I can prepare accordingly. But the real problem is its complete manifestation. If the outer god was indeed hiding on the continent, there was a high likelihood that it was already fully manifested. After descending to the ground, an outer god becomes fully established as a sage-like entity in a few months. A fully manifested outer god would undoubtedly be much stronger than those Alan had faced before. In other words, even if Alan managed to locate an outer god now, his chances of winning would be slim. No, not just slim, zero. While Alan's magic was powerful enough to affect an outer god, it still fell short of confronting a fully manifested one. There were clear limitations on how many times he could use magic, and the time it took to cast spells was also significantly long. The only advantage was that once cast, his magic worked effectively against enemies. I need to prepare. I should start gathering information on the hidden outer god. Realizing the need to prepare for the battle with the outer god, Alan looked at the letter from the royal family. Despite having 4 months, the time felt surprisingly short. As Alan sorted out his tasks along with the letter from the royal family, he let out a quiet sigh. It's been over 3 weeks since Count Palacio left, yet Peña Chryson and Felon Chryson were still traveling alongside Raiden. Of course, Peña's reason for continuing to accompany Raiden was simply for convenience. Most of what she needed to investigate in Raxus involved the illegal distribution of materials or finished products from the Magic Tower. And since Alan had made a request before he left, Raiden treated Peña and Felon quite well. Thanks to this, Peña was able to accomplish her tasks faster than planned, with the help of the pirates. Today, she found herself within the royal castle of Raxus, accompanied by Raiden. However, their purposes and times of arrival at the castle were different, and Peña, who didn't particularly care about public opinion, had no intention of making it known that she was traveling with the Pirate King. Therefore, Raiden was present as an envoy, aiming to adjust the future relationship between Raxus and the Pirate King, who had unified the 7 archipelagos. Peña, on the other hand, was there to confront the kingdom about the secret leak of certain illegally distributed magical items. Having completed her tasks, Peña was approached by someone familiar. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Peña? Last time I saw you was during the envoy visit, about 4 years ago." Wow, has it really been that long? Yeah, I guess so. Peenia was meeting Serena Raxasia, the princess of Raxas. Serena's relationship with Peenia was quite close, largely because of the current Blue Tower master, Selim. As a former disciple of Selim, Peenia had trained in magic alongside Serena, who also came to the Blue Tower due to her talent in magic. Though Serena eventually returned to Raxas after realizing her limitations, the two had formed a strong bond during their younger years. So, how's your progress in magic lately? I think I'm about to reach the next level. Wow, really? That's amazing. Isn't it? Despite being a princess and a vice master of the tower, Serena and Peenia maintained a relaxed, friendly conversation, as if they were old friends. After chatting for some time, Serena suddenly remembered something unusual. Oh, by the way, I heard some strange news. Strange news? Yeah, I heard you're being kept by a man. What, me? Eh? Serena nodded at Peenia's baffled expression. Yeah, who was it again? Oh, Count Palacio. I think it was a noble like that. Is it true? What, kept by someone? Absolutely not. Serena teased Peenia, grinning mischievously. Come on, the rumors everywhere. They say the always fiery you suddenly turns demure in front of Count Palacio. Peenia frowned, trying to come up with a rebuttal but fell silent. As she thought about it, Serena's statement wasn't entirely incorrect. Still, she didn't want to concede so easily. No, really, it's not like that. Seeing Peenia's weak denial, Serena's eyes lit up as if she had found something amusing. You actually like him, don't you? What, who? Count Palacio, of course. Peenia gave Serena an exasperated look, as Serena continued with her playful tone. No, I don't. Really? Peenia, trying to maintain her composure, struggled to respond clearly. Absolutely not. Even if the sky falls, that won't happen. As Peenia recalled Felon's previous nonsense, Serena watched her with a curious expression. Really? Really, I have no idea why everyone keeps misunderstanding this. I honestly don't like him. Tilda. It's true, who could even like such a stoic person? All he does is put on a stern face and… I mean, Palacio is quite an impressive person. He's also very impressive and well impressive. Isn't that 3 times already? Peenia, trying hard to keep the conversation going, said. You know, when you see his magic, there's just something captivating about it. Count Palacio's magic is very unique. Then you like him, right? That's absolutely possible, maybe. Serena grinned as Peenia bowed her head and spoke with a hint of resignation. So you like him, huh? Yeah, I guess so. With her head lowered, Peenia glanced sideways, catching sight of Raiden. Nodding with a satisfied expression, Raiden disappeared from view outside the window. Sigh. Peenia let out a sigh of relief, but Serena, observing her friend's reaction, thought to herself. It seems like her personality makes it hard for her to make a move. Feeling a sudden burst of goodwill towards her dear friend, Serena decided to lend a helping hand. Peenia was met with an unexpected gesture of goodwill. Hee Tilda. Having made her decision, Serena let out a faint smile, an insidious smile, completely unaware of her own misconception. Hash. 4 months later. After a busy schedule of gathering information to uncover the identity of the outer god, increasing his mana core capacity, and researching magic, Alon finally boarded a carriage headed for the capital, Tyria, just in time for the coronation. Count, what is it? Did you hear about this? What is it this time? There's a rumor going around about you. A rumor about me? Yes. From Evan, Alon heard about a rather strange rumor. It seems there's a rumor that Peña Chryson is in love with Count Palacio. What? Peña Chryson, the vice master of the Blue Tower. What a ridiculous, strange rumor. Chapter 86. Is that really a rumor going around? Yes, there was a meeting of the United Kingdoms not long ago, right? Was there? Honestly, it seems like the Count really has no interest in what's going on around him. That's true. Evan quickly responded to Alon's nod. Anyway, it seems that kind of story came up there. There's talk that Peña Chryson and Count Palacio might end up together. Was there? Was Peña Chryson present there? Of course not. The event was just for the royals to build rapport and maintain the alliance of the United Kingdoms. Then why did such a rumor start? I don't know, I only heard it secondhand. When Evan shrugged his shoulders, Alon looked genuinely puzzled. It was understandable, as there wasn't any plausible basis for such rumors to arise between Peña and Alon. In fact, thinking back to Peña's behavior not long ago, it was baffling that such a rumor had even started. What is this? Alon, still looking perplexed, soon decided to ignore the rumors. Gossip tended to get distorted as it spread, especially among the nobility, and he figured it would naturally disappear over time. Most baseless rumors that Alon had encountered so far had faded away quickly. It's just a rumor that doesn't require much attention. And so Alon dismissed it lightly, at least until a few days later, right before arriving in Turia. At the simple banquet held for the nobles attending the title bestowal ceremony. Congratulations, Count. For what exactly? I heard a rumor that you and Peña Chryson are in a certain kind of relationship. Alon found himself internally repeating question marks. He had heard this same rumor 5 times now, despite having only just arrived at the venue. Thank you for the congratulations, but unfortunately, that's just a false rumor. After dismissing the noble's comment, Alon retreated to one corner of the banquet hall to enjoy an egg tart. Soon, Duke Altia appeared before him. It's been a while, Count. Alon nodded at her smiling, bowing gesture, but it was only brief. It has been a while. Is there any truth to that rumor by any chance? What rumor are you referring to? The one I recently heard about you having a certain relationship with Peña Chryson, the master of the Blue Tower. It was the 6th time now. Baseless rumors might fade away quickly, but before they did, they certainly blazed brightly. Sighing, Alon responded, I've already said it multiple times, but that rumor is nonsense. Is that so? Yes, it's not even remotely true. I thought it was real. Why? Well, marrying the master of the Blue Tower would have a very positive impact on your household and our faction, you see. For example, as Altia began to enumerate the advantages of marrying Peña Chryson, Alon felt an increasing sense of weariness. Her thorough analysis of all the potential benefits and drawbacks, from major to minor, reminded him that she was indeed one of Asteria's 3 major strategists. Not that anything has really changed now. Just as Alon was having these thoughts, given all these positives, I figured you would seriously consider marriage, Count. Am I wrong? Besides, I assumed you were the one who spread the rumor. Me? Rumors can be quite powerful, you know. When spread this way, even if the other party dislikes it, they might be compelled to consider it due to the collective interests of the factions involved. Altia's casual comment, which turned him into a scheming manipulator, prompted Alon to respond. Even I wouldn't go that far. Really? Seeing Altia's genuinely surprised expression, Alon couldn't help but wonder how he was perceived by these people. As he contemplated this, Altia, who was deep in thought, suddenly said, Maybe you're a bit romantic when it comes to matters like this, Count. With that comment and a soft smile, She departed after exchanging a few more words. By the end of that day, Alan had received congratulations 9 times. It wasn't as easy as I thought. The next day, the title bestowal ceremony began. In front of the gathered nobles, the 8th monarch Cretinia Cian declared that Count Palatio had been promoted to the rank of Marquis. The title bestowal ceremony, in reality, ended very quickly. However, despite the ceremony being over, Alan was still technically a count. The reason was simple. In order to officially use the title of Marquis, he had to receive a blessing from the Archbishop of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. With this in mind, Alan began preparing to head to Rosario immediately after the ceremony. "Well then, have a safe trip." "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." Cian, who was watching Alan bow his head in response to her well wishes, suddenly approached him with a thoughtful expression. Then, just as she had done before, she gently lifted the corners of his mouth with her index finger. "Didn't I say you look better when you smile?" "I apologize, Your Majesty," Alan replied, bowing his head again. "Well, that's enough. Once you complete the blessing, come back. Let's have a proper talk face to face." With a faint smile, Cian waved her hand and turned away. Alan, who had been left staring blankly at Cian's unexpected behavior, began preparing for his journey to the Holy Kingdom. The journey from Asteria to Rosario took about 2 to 3 weeks, a relatively long trip. However, it was more comfortable than his previous trip to Raxas, as there were more villages and territories along the way where he could rest. Because of this, Alan enjoyed a relatively smoother journey compared to before. About a week into the trip to Rosario, Alan was taking a break at an inn in the village of Nenda. "Should I call you Marquis now instead of Count? It's hard to get used to," Evan remarked. "I'm still not a Marquis yet, so just call me Count." "All right then, Count. I found one of the pieces of information you asked me to look into." "Here?" Alan asked, surprised. "Yes, there's an information broker in this village as well, so I stopped by." "So what's the information?" Alan inquired. "It's nothing major, but it seems that abyss stones and abyssal entities have been appearing more frequently in the black market recently." "Does that mean they are being widely distributed?" "No, it doesn't seem to be in large quantities, but they've been showing up often," Evan replied. Ahem. Alan thought deeply, realizing this was not good news. The spread of abyss stones and abyssal entities was never a positive sign. Abyssal entities granted divine powers to the strong, making them even stronger, and their emergence in the underworld significantly increased the likelihood of the world descending into chaos. Moreover, the original text only mentioned that abyssal entities were being distributed somewhere, without specifying the exact distribution channels. This meant Alan couldn't use his knowledge to stop their spread. "Have you found the source of the distribution?" Alan asked, just in case. Unfortunately, Evan shook his head. "No, I couldn't find the source, but I did learn where most of it has been going." "Where is it?" "The Holy Kingdom," Evan answered. "The Holy Kingdom." Alan's expression became puzzled. The Holy Kingdom seemed like the least likely place to be involved with abyssal entities. Of course, the Holy Kingdom isn't exactly free from corruption, but I didn't think they would go as far as dealing with abyssal entities, Alan thought, tilting his head. "I should probably ask Yusha about this too. Now I'll have 2 requests for her. Should I get a gift for her as well?" Alan considered. He was already planning to ask Yusha for a favor once he reached the Holy Kingdom. "I should try to stop somewhere along the way and get at least 1 gift," he decided. A little while later. "It's about time for dinner. Let's go down and eat." "All right," Evan agreed. As they descended to the first floor of the inn to have dinner, Alan noticed that the previously empty room was now filled with boisterous noise, almost to the point of hurting his ears. "Are those mercenaries?" Alan asked. It seems so, Evan replied. This inn has surprisingly good soundproofing. I was surprised too, Evan added. Alan then moved toward an empty table in the corner of the inn. Despite the noise, he still needed to eat. However, just as Alan was about to sit down, "Hold up. Huh." A mercenary suddenly occupied the seat, leaving Alan bewildered. "What are you looking at? This is my seat." The mercenary, who had been mingling with his comrades moments earlier, snapped at Alan. Both Alan and Evan wore incredulous expressions. Even for a mercenary unfamiliar with the ways of the world, it seemed absurd for someone to provoke a clearly noble-looking individual. "Are you telling me to sit somewhere else, huh?" He caught a whiff of the mercenary's overpowering stench of alcohol and quickly realized that his intoxicated state had rendered him almost mindless. He pondered how to handle the situation. Alan suddenly noticed that the surroundings had grown quiet and looked around. The other mercenaries were still there, but the raucous chatter had stopped. They were now staring at Alan and the drunken mercenary, their faces frozen in shock and their mouths clamped shut. Just as Alan was wondering what had caused the shift. "Didn't you hear me? Just leave." Before the troublesome mercenary could finish, someone appeared behind him. Crash! A bottle shattered on his head. With a thud, the mercenary collapsed to the ground, shivering uncontrollably. Alan, startled by how quickly things had escalated, saw a female beastkin standing there. She was holding the broken bottle and bowing her head deeply. My apologies, Count Palacio." Upon seeing her, Alan quickly recognized who she was. "Mayan. I'm truly sorry." It was Mayan, the guildmaster of the Ancient Trackers Guild, one of the 5 major guilds in Lartania. She kept her head bowed. At the Blue Moon's regular meeting, typically, only the 5 executive members of the Blue Moon participated in these meetings. But this time, Hidden was granted an exception due to his recent discovery of information about the faction that opposed the Great Moon. While the meeting was primarily for him to report this information, Hidden couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Deep down, he had a sense of respect for the Great Moon and the other moons, beings with fundamentally different strengths from his own. With anticipation, Hidden entered the meeting room. "I'm getting married." "No way." "I'm getting married." "No way." "I'm getting married." "No way." "I've said this before, but this is too unfair. It's about time you let us send letters, too." "I think that's fair enough." Looking up at the moon like this reminds me of those days. It's been years, but the memory is still vivid. The way the Great Moon dealt with the outer god was truly impressive. Oh, by the way, Hidden, have you heard about it? If not, let me explain in detail. Hidden could only feel dizzy amidst the chaos. Chapter 87. Hidden was well aware that the moons, including Yusha Bloodia, revered and worshipped the Great Moon. After all, the motto of the Blue Moon had always been for the Great Moon. But still. "So, I'm telling you not to speak of marriage if you don't fully understand it." "I do understand. I can make the Great Moon happy." "That's not for you to decide." "Yes, it is." "No, it's not. To this extent. I've been objecting consistently from the beginning, but regarding the part about sending letters individually. As I've said, since it might confuse the Great Moon, I suggested gathering them myself. Isn't it equally reasonable for me to be the one gathering them? There's no need to change it now, is there? But I would like to change it, so to send the letters. He hadn't expected them to be this fanatical, honestly. Now listen. Back then, the Great Moon held his ground firmly even in front of the outer god. The sun averted its gaze under their piercing eyes, sinking into twilight, and the ash-gray world returned to a pristine white snowfield. That wasn't the end. Their strike was truly awe-inspiring. It had already been 20 minutes, and even members other than Yusha appeared unsettled by Deus' prolonged, "Now, let's commence the praise of the great moon." Of course, Hidden, too, revered and worshipped the great moon, so he didn't find this strange. It was just a bit different from the image he had of the moons, which was mildly unsettling. Honestly, his enthusiasm was starting to wane a little. "Would you all mind stopping now? We still have matters to report, don't we?" As Hidden quietly sighed, a voice interrupted. Unlike the others who were still chattering, Raiden stood there with a serene, faint smile. That expression reminded Hidden of the reverence he used to feel when he looked at the other moons. Feeling a peculiar sense of relief, he cleared his throat and spoke, looking at the now silent moons. "Then let's begin the report." Today, his report essentially centered on one topic: the factions seeking to undermine the Great Moon. To get straight to the point, we haven't yet identified any organization trying to harm the Great Moon. "Why not?" Yusha, with a serious expression, asked as the Crimson Moon. "It appears they're highly reluctant to reveal their identities. Even when tracking connections to a point of contact, most are just intermediaries. So, even if someone identifies as a contact, they're not aware of the organization." "That's correct." After clearing his throat, he continued. "There was one instance where we managed to trace a contact higher up, but even that connection was only a front. They're taking extreme measures to hide their identities." At Ryan's mutter, Hidden nodded. "Yes, however, we have managed to gather some information that might help us identify them." Information. Though minor, we have identified around 8 organizations that the higher group aiming to harm the Great Moon uses as intermediaries. Based on these organizations, we can begin. "How did you find them?" "It seems orders were given to other organizations to slander the Great Moon. While investigating this matter, we managed to compile a list. The names of the organizations include Dark Melodies." At this, Deus began listing each organization one by one. "Then we should just kill them." "Excuse me." Hidden was momentarily stunned by Raiden's blunt statement, especially since Raiden had been one of the few appearing reasonable until now. "Well, killing them might be correct, but shouldn't we focus on uncovering the higher ranks first? Didn't you just say they're plotting against the Great Moon?" "Yes, but—" "Then we should kill them." Raiden's expression was as if to say, "Isn't it obvious that 1 + 1 = 2? Hidden, dumbfounded for a moment, replied. "As the White Moon says, we do need to eliminate them. But isn't gathering information about the upper organization just as important? Regardless, they're targeting the Great Moon, right?" "That's also true." "Then killing them is the right course of action." "Yes, killing them is the right course." As Hidden watched Raiden nodding with determination, he realized something anew. Though Raiden had stayed quiet earlier, it was clear now that he wasn't exactly the kind of person Hidden had initially thought he was. And furthermore, "This won't do. Yes, I'll be back shortly. Dark Melodies is connected to Rax's, isn't it?" "Wait, White Moon." "What?" "Dark Melodies has ties with the Rax's royal family, so if you act impulsively, it might bring you some trouble." But before Hidden could finish, "I heard that they're plotting against our leader. Does that really matter?" Raiden's previous smile faded into a chillingly blank expression. As he turned, he grabbed a spear in the corner and leaped out the window, leaving Hidden stunned, mouth agape. Soon after, a decision was reached to leave a few organizations to deal with the entities opposing the Great Moon, as Raiden had already taken matters into his own hands. With Raiden gone, the meeting continued. "My final report is about a peculiar rumor currently surrounding the Great Moon." "What kind of rumor?" "There's talk that the Great Moon is romantically involved with the Vice Lord of the Blue Tower. It's not a major rumor, but since it involves the Great Moon, I thought I should report it. At Hidden's words, Yusha, who had previously been leading the meeting with calm, nodded before speaking. Seems like complete nonsense. I agree. There's no way my master would break a promise. Xiaoreng nodded, agreeing with her statement. I think so too. Yes, since it's obviously baseless, let's not worry about it. Not at all. Though Hidden nodded in agreement, Yusha's smile never wavered. Understood. Even if, hypothetically, the rumor turned out to be true, I would still make it disappear. Excuse me. Of course, there's no chance of such a thing happening. But if by any stretch of the imagination it did, I'd make sure the rumor ceased to exist, so there's no need to worry. She spoke at a rapid pace, and the pen in her hand had crumpled and shattered in her grip. Yes, understood. Hidden thought to himself, I'd better save the report on that man until tomorrow. And the following day, he heard news that Dark Melodies had been obliterated overnight, prompting him to rethink the fanaticism of the moons. Meanwhile, after learning that the mercenary group that caused trouble yesterday was the Ancient Trackers Guild, operating out of Lartania with its leader Majan, Alan was now moving together with the Ancient Trackers Guild at the inn in Nenda. The reason was that the Ancient Trackers Guild's destination was the same as Alan's, the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. An extermination request. Though Alan hadn't discussed with Mayan what kind of request they had received from the kingdom, or if there were any restrictive conditions, remembering what she mentioned yesterday, Alan wondered, is something happening in Rosario? The thought came to him unconsciously. Some time later, Alan stopped the carriage for a lunch break. Count, or should I call you, your lordship? Just call me, whatever's comfortable. All right, then I'll call you Count, and hey, get over here quick. Soon, Alan noticed a mercenary approaching with Mayan. The man, a head taller than Mayan, immediately fell to the ground in front of Alan. I'm deeply sorry. I've committed a grave offense. Thud. He slammed his head to the ground, blood starting to pool around his head. Forget about it, just consider it a minor incident, Alan replied, a bit taken aback but shaking his head lightly. At his response, the man, who looked as if he was on the brink of death, broke into a bright smile, as if given a new lease on life. Thank you, truly thank you. Really thank you so much. He bowed repeatedly, as if he owed Alan his life before returning to the other mercenaries. That guy's lucky, huh? Wow, he survived that. Incredible. Though they spoke in hushed tones, their words reached Alan's ears, amplified by his magic-enhanced hearing, leaving him with mixed feelings. What do they think of me? He thought, a bit incredulously. Seeing Alan's bemused expression, Mayan sighed in relief. I'm glad. I honestly thought the Count wouldn't forgive him. He's a recent recruit, so I felt a bit sorry for him. I didn't think I had that kind of image. But last time, didn't someone say the wrong thing and end up an ice statue? Alan paused, recalling that he had only done so to assert himself. Still, he opened his mouth to clarify. That was just circumstantial. I'm not that ruthless. Based on the rumors, I thought you'd be different. Rumors? Maijan nodded. There's talk that you eliminate those you dislike without hesitation, leaving no trace behind. Hearing this, Alan couldn't help but feel a bit indignant as he remembered how he'd kept cordial with even troublesome nobles and others he didn't particularly like. But knowing his appeal would likely go unheard, he only sighed softly. Are you sure you should talk about this in front of me? Well, nobles involved in the underworld usually enjoy these kinds of stories, right? It's a place where rumors matter, after all. With Mayan's relaxed response, Alan felt oddly bitter, wondering why such strange rumors seemed to grow over time. 2 weeks passed quickly. Aside from a minor disturbance at the village inn, Alon found his journey to Rosario with the Ancient Trackers Guild quite comfortable, thanks to Maiyan's occasional company, which kept him from boredom. Or rather, Maiyan had often sought him out herself, even without him asking. In any case, Alon found the journey to Rosario rather pleasant. Maiyan felt similarly, as traveling with Alon had helped them grow closer over the past 2 weeks. Indeed, Maiyan was making considerable efforts to build a favorable connection with Count Palacio. Initially, she hadn't planned it, but meeting Alon on her journey to the Holy Kingdom after unexpectedly taking up this mission had given her a new idea. She had plenty of motivation to form a plan, as, by nature, she was drawn to strong men, and Alon's qualities were exceptional even by the standards of her feline clan. Thus Maiyan, having taken a strong liking to Count Palacio, frequently engaged him in various conversations, contemplating how to make something happen between them. In her view, she was even making progress. Of course, for Alon, it just felt like he'd found a friendly companion to chat with. Finally, we've arrived. Should I try to make a bit more of a move? Last time, it seemed he didn't like it when I came on too strong, so maybe I should act more like the humans. As the two, each with different thoughts, reached the capital of Rosario after their pleasant journey, they were greeted by an unexpected figure. "You've arrived, sir." "Yusha." "Yes. I sent a letter, but I didn't expect you to come out and meet me." "Oh, this is nothing difficult." "Is that so?" Before even reaching the city gates, Alon spotted Yusha waiting with the paladins. Maiyan, watching from the side, couldn't help but stare in awe. "Wow, she's really beautiful." Maiyan found herself gazing at Yusha. Even dressed in black ceremonial attire, her striking beauty shone, and the piercing gaze of her crimson eyes seemed to draw Maiyan's heart in. Count Palacio really is something. I'd heard, but I didn't think he had connections all the way up to a cardinal. Maiyan marveled at Alon, surprised by his deep ties. Though she knew of his extensive connections, she had half-doubted the full extent. But now, seeing Yusha here, Maiyan's admiration grew. Perhaps I should be bolder in my approach. As she watched Alon, her desire to win him over intensified, and she began contemplating how to adjust her plan. "Sir, let's move inside for now. From here we'll provide the escort." Yusha instructed the knights to guard Alon's carriage, and as it began moving under the knights' protection, she turned to Maiyan with a flawless smile. "These people appear to be here on our behalf, is that correct?" she asked as she approached Maiyan. "Yes, that's right." With Yusha's saint-like smile, Maiyan instinctively nodded. Then Yusha leaned close to Maiyan's ear, whispering with her face almost touching Maiyan's. Sensing that Yusha had something secretive to convey, Maiyan leaned in as well, curious. "And then, does he want to die?" A chilling voice sent a shiver through Maiyan's entire body. Chapter 88. Maiyan's mind struggled to keep up with the situation. In the midst of the cheerful atmosphere, the whisper she heard was distinctly out of place. That's why Maiyan, unable to respond, erased her smile and frowned a few seconds later. Of course, she knew she had to maintain her composure in this setting. Even if the words spoken were rude, the person was still one of the cardinals of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Despite hearing such unreasonable words, she knew that calming herself and responding with restraint had to come first. However, even as she knew this, her face involuntarily wrinkled in anger, a distinct fury of her people swelling within her. "What did you just say?" Her voice burst forth with irritation, but she stopped. No, it wasn't that she stopped speaking. The words just stopped. Her parted lips, her tongue that had moved to form words, her frown, everything simply stopped. The moment she realized this, Maiyan suddenly sensed that something about this world had changed. The sunlight, which had been warm just a moment ago, was now tinged red. Her subordinates who had come with her for the mission were also bathed in red, and the paladins who had stood beside Yusha just a moment ago were frozen in place, as if time itself had come to a halt. What? Instinctively, Mayan tried to look around, but regrettably she couldn't move her body at all. All she could see was the eerie sight of lines, like trails of blood, tracing over the still bodies of her subordinates and the paladins. As she watched these lines form, as if marking boundaries, a sense of imminent danger washed over her. She tried with all her might to move her body. Listen closely. The voice from in front of her made her freeze, holding her breath as she looked straight ahead. And then she saw it. In this crimson world, the only person retaining color, staring directly at her, the Cardinal of Rosario, Yusha Bludia. A chill of fear crept into Mayan's core, stemming not from losing control of her body, nor was it the fear that Yusha Bludia would harm her. It was simply incomprehensible, unfathomable. Yet, as if it were the natural course of things, fear began to seep into her mind, swiftly taking over and tormenting her. Without sparing any attention to Mayan's state, Yusha, the only one moving freely in this frozen world, approached her and locked eyes with her. In those red eyes, even more crimson than the world around them, and on that intensely impassive face, she could clearly sense rage. Looking straight at Mayan, Yusha placed a finger on Mayan's right hand. He is not someone you can toy with as you please. Her voice, a stark warning, echoed clearly. I hope you understand my words. The moment a faint smile appeared on her lips. Mayan realized the world had returned to normal. She stared blankly at the sky. The sky was blue. The forest had regained its original colors. Even Yusha, who had approached her before, was now smiling without the cold expression, looking serene, like a saint. The only thing unchanged from before was Yusha Bludia's intense, red eyes peeking through her smiling gaze. For now you seem to be a different guest, but I'll guide you inside the Holy Kingdom. With that, she turned and started walking toward the Holy Kingdom without any hesitation, and Mayan watched her retreating figure in a daze. She still hadn't fully grasped what had just happened, or rather, she couldn't distinguish whether it was a dream or reality. As Mayan's face contorted in confusion. Captain, is something wrong? Why? She turned at the voice of her subordinate behind her, who asked with a slightly concerned expression. Well, it's just, you don't look well, you're sweating a lot. Oh. Only then did Mayan realize that her entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Clearly she wasn't in a stable condition, and... Feeling a faint pain in her right hand, Mayan looked down at it and saw a small wound there, the shallow wound on the hand Yusha had touched in that red world. Upon noticing it, Mayan turned her gaze back to Yusha. As Yusha climbed into a carriage bound for the Holy Kingdom, she looked back with that same smile and piercing red eyes. Yusha's small, beckoning gesture before stepping into the carriage confirmed that the bizarre world she'd seen was indeed real. Thump 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 tilde. Mayan's entire body was filled with terror. Meanwhile, Alan, who had easily passed through the castle gates with the escort of the paladins, gazed upon the Holy Kingdom he had only seen in illustrations, thinking, it truly suits the name Holy Kingdom. The outer areas of the capital weren't much different from other territories. However, the inner city was impeccably maintained, with orderly streets and pristine white buildings. Eventually, Alan reached the massive cathedral beside the main building of Rosario, the great temple, where he soon encountered Yusha again. It's been a while, my lord. Indeed, how have you been? Of course, I've been well. Sometimes I get a little sad when your replies to my letters take a while, though. Seeing Yusha's light-hearted joke, Alon couldn't help but smile. Unlike his encounters with the other five sins, his frequent correspondence with Yusha made things feel much less awkward. They exchanged pleasantries for a while. So, the conferment ceremony will be in a few days. Yes, for the ceremony the chief cardinal who's currently in prayer needs to attend. Tomorrow, you'll meet with the person in charge to review the ceremony's layout and instructions, and until then you can rest. Alon nodded at Yusha's words as she smiled. Clearing his throat, he spoke. Yusha, if possible, I have a request. Would that be all right? Of course, what is your request? I was wondering if it might be possible to enter the spirit chamber. Could that be arranged? The spirit chamber. As the name suggests, it's a special room in Rosario accessible only to high-ranking individuals, where, supposedly, one could converse with the goddess Saturnia whom Rosario venerates. However, naturally, simply entering the room doesn't mean one can speak to the goddess. Only those specifically chosen by Saturnia or those with deep faith, usually of a bishop rank or higher, might faintly hear her voice. In fact, only the saint of Rosario is known to have truly heard the voice of the goddess. In other words, Alon would not be able to converse with the goddess even if he entered, but his reason for entering the spirit chamber wasn't to talk with her. It was to obtain a useful artifact. However, unless one was of cardinal rank, and especially without the permission of the current saint of Rosario, it was challenging even to set foot in that room. He asked with a mindset of it'd be nice if it works, but it's fine if it doesn't, yet. It's possible, if that's what you want, my lord. It won't be difficult. Is that so? Yes. Alon, surprised at the ease of her acceptance, spoke with a hint of confusion behind his expressionless face. Really? I mean, it sounds strange for me to question my own request, but I heard that only the saint's permission grants access to the spirit chamber. Isn't it difficult? It's fine. If you truly wish to go, I'll find a way. Yusha's unwavering assurance made Alon feel immensely grateful, though he didn't want to put her through too much trouble. If it proves difficult, let me know right away. No need to push yourself, he said, watching her with care. Don't worry. I wouldn't do anything excessive either, Yusha responded with a smile, seemingly aware of his concern. Seeing her smile, Alon felt content. He had been a bit worried after witnessing her clash with Xiaoring in the colony, but after talking with her, he was certain of one thing. Of all the five sins, she had been reformed the most. Her mindset is as upright as expected from someone devoted to faith. With that, Alon continued his conversation with Yusha, enjoying their discussion. It was the afternoon of the first day of his arrival in the Holy Kingdom. In the kingdom of Ashtalon, inside Duke Comalin's office. Yes, the Dark Melodies Guild was annihilated overnight. Duke Comalin let out a deep sigh as he looked at the dark elf standing before him. Unlike the one who had reported last time, this person stood silently, head bowed. The Duke remained quiet for a moment before asking, "Who was responsible?" "We're mobilizing resources to investigate immediately, but we haven't yet identified the culprit. However, we do have a likely suspect." "Who?" "It seems it's someone connected to Count Palacio." "Why is that?" "We had already delivered the instructions you mentioned to the Dark Melodies Guild as well." At the Dark Elf's response, Duke Comalin pondered for a moment before speaking. "So, it's a similar situation to Pigul's case a few months ago." "Yes, it seems they retaliated." "Retaliation." He muttered softly with a bitter laugh before falling silent again. After a prolonged pause, the Dark Elf cautiously asked, "What action should we take?" Duke Comalin resumed. "Last time, you said that the one responsible for handling Pigul was likely Deus Macalian, right?" "Yes, he's one of the most likely candidates, though it's not confirmed." And Deus Macalian and Count Palatio share a benefactor relationship, correct? That's the rumor circulating, yes. It's certainly not an ordinary connection. With that murmur, he decided, enough, let's stop paying attention to this matter. Are you sure about that? Yes, for now. The results we're expecting are more important than Count Palatio. We can deal with the Count after we've secured the results. The dark elf fell silent, then spoke again. In fact, there's something else I need to inform you about. What is it? Currently, Count Palatio is reportedly in the Holy Kingdom. Count Palatio? Yes, I've heard that he went there for the conferment ceremony. The dark elf nodded, and Duke Comelin, wearing a strange expression, appeared almost pleased. Then there's even less reason for concern, soon enough. He murmured, smiling. The results of the Abyssal Project will emerge there, and then we can handle Count Palatio as well. A foreboding smile crossed his face. The next day, Alon was able to meet the cardinal in charge of the conferment ceremony in a few days, hopping to familiarize himself with the event schedule. However, greetings, Count Palatio. I am Sergius, pleased to meet you. What? Shivering, Alon watched as Sergius, one of the 8 cardinals of the Holy Kingdom, trembled as if he were standing in the dead of winter. But more than that, Alon noticed that Sergius kept casting furtive glances at Yusha, who stood beside him, wearing a serene smile. Is her faith really as strong as it seems? Somehow he felt a bit uneasy. Chapter 89. Alon knew about Cardinal Sergius. In fact, not knowing Sergius was almost impossible. He was one of the main villains that appeared when you entered the Holy Kingdom while playing Psychedelia, and was also the first character to make the player aware of the kingdom's corruption. Alon was already aware of how strong his influence was within the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, and how twisted his personality could be. In Psychedelia, he had once executed dozens of innocent believers on the grounds that they did not believe in God, simply because they defied his word. In short, Alon knew Sergius was a despicable person. Yes, so if you move here like this, yes, that's right. You can proceed this way, once the chief cardinal arrives. Seeing Sergius explain the situation carefully, glancing nervously at Alon, felt quite awkward for many reasons. I thought he'd be troublesome to meet, so I tried to avoid it as much as possible. Surprised by this unexpected demeanor, Alon pondered the question that had been on his mind since earlier. What on earth happened to make him act like this? Alon, who was not foolish, realized that the reason Sergius was being so deferential was due to Yusha standing behind him. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why Sergius was being so overly cautious. The Sergius Alon knew from Psychedelia was a corrupted villain who, even in his last moments, never abandoned his pride. So, he subtly glanced at Yusha, who was smiling brightly in the distance, though only for a moment. Did you understand everything? In response to Cardinal Sergius's hesitant question, Alon nodded. Yes, I understood everything, thanks to you. Oh, that's a relief. By the way, you don't need to use formal language with me. Alon suggested. Although he was a noble of Asteria, Sergius held one of the highest positions under the Pope and the goddess, so there was no need for such formality. Despite this, Alon gently proposed, but, No, how could I? I am merely a servant of God, how could I dare to do that? Sergius's excessive refusals, to the point where he said no countless times, gave Alon an intense sense of incongruity. Is this really the same villain who showed disdain for humanity whenever I met him in the game? Alon awkwardly responded, as he recalled Sergius's line from the game. I can never understand why I should show respect to lowly creatures who don't even believe in God. Is that so? Of course, absolutely. Watching Sergius's forced, awkward laugh, Alon cleared his throat and spoke. Anyway, thank you for going to such lengths to help. You really didn't have to come out and explain this personally, Cardinal. No, it's fine. As the manager, this is something I'm expected to handle. Alon knew that these minor explanations were usually not the manager's responsibility, but he nodded without asking further. I see. Yes, yes. Sergius lowered his head. Watching him bow, Alon couldn't help but wonder where the corrupt cardinal of the Holy Kingdom had gone. A question arose in his mind as he watched Sergius act so deferentially. By the way, are you close with Cardinal Yusha? Alon asked, although he assumed they weren't close, just in case. However, of course, sir, Cardinal Sergius and I often discuss Cyrenea, answered Yusha, not Sergius. Isn't that right, Cardinal Sergius? Yusha asked with a bright smile, as if seeking confirmation, and Sergius nodded frantically, frozen in place. Yes, 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 of course. Why are you nodding so vigorously? If you do that, it might seem like I'm making things up, and it could give the wrong impression. Ha ha ha, am I being awkward? I just wanted to express how close I am with Cardinal Yusha. Perhaps I got a bit too enthusiastic. Sergius desperately tried to explain himself. Yes, yes, just do it the way you normally would. You know, right? Yes, I understand. Just be comfortable, relax. Yes. Yusha, satisfied with Sergius's sharp, almost military response, turned to Alon with a smile. See, I told you we're close. It was almost like witnessing a student claiming to be friends with someone they bullied right in front of the teacher. I see. Alon could only nod silently. He was once again reminded that Yusha was one of the 5 deadly sins. Right after meeting Sergius and getting a brief explanation about the ceremony, Alon, talking with Yusha, asked the question he hadn't managed to ask the day before. Abyssal entities. Yes, do you know anything about them? He was seeking information about the abyssal entities brought by Evan. Having heard that most of the abyssal entities on the market ended up in the Holy Kingdom, Alon thought Yusha might know something. I've heard about abyssal entities, but I don't know much beyond that. Yusha seemed to ponder something deeply before finally answering. Do you know anything about abyssal entities? Yes, it's due to the effects of the objects. Alon let out a quiet exclamation. Indeed, the abyssal items would certainly be of interest to the Holy Kingdom. This was because both abyssal entities and abyssal gems, though very weak, could bestow a divine status upon people. To the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, abyssal items were practically heretical artifacts, so it wasn't surprising that Yusha was aware of them. Well, as you mentioned, if someone in the Holy Kingdom is using abyssal entities, it could be a major issue, so I'll investigate it. I'd appreciate that. No, this is something that the Holy Kingdom absolutely needs to handle. Yusha, nodding, continued. Oh, and you should be able to enter the chamber of the Holy Spirit tomorrow, sir. Tomorrow? Yes. Alon was greatly surprised inwardly at Yusha's words. To be honest, I thought I'd have to wait over 2 weeks to get in. As far as he knew, it took a long time for priests below the rank of bishop to gain access to the chamber of the Holy Spirit. And for good reason. The chamber of the Holy Spirit was designated as a relic within the Holy Kingdom itself. So Alon had been prepared to wait quietly for about 2 weeks, making this unexpected news all the more surprising. Though he didn't show it on his face. It's not too much trouble, is it? Not at all. Seeing Yusha smiling as she spoke, Alon felt a vague sense of unease. Remembering Sergius's behavior from earlier, he asked again. Yusha. Yes, sir. Just out of curiosity, you didn't use any questionable methods on my behalf, did you? Alon subtly phrased his question to avoid sounding too direct about violence, and Yusha smiled faintly. Of course not. Why would I go out of my way to do something like that? Is that so? Yes, I just used a bit of persuasion. There's nothing for you to worry about. Alon responded with a silent nod. The next evening, following Yusha, Alon made his way to the chamber of the Holy Spirit located deep within the Rosario Temple. Inside the temple, Cardinal Yusha. Hello, human. They met a young man. Though he wore the holy vestments, he still had a youthful appearance, not yet fully grown. However, despite his youth, none of the paladins or priests guarding the temple dared to look down on him. Standing before Yusha and Alon with a displeased expression was none other than the man known as the Saint in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, chosen directly by the goddess Saturnia. Human's gaze shifted to Count Palacio. Allowing a non-believer to enter the chamber of the Holy Spirit, this is excessive. His tone was openly hostile. Yet Yusha maintained her smile. As I understand, the decision was already made. Wasn't it you who pushed for this outcome, Cardinal Yusha? I believe the saint knows well that it was conducted transparently, through a vote. But the vote itself. Human, about to protest further, closed his mouth. On the surface, Yusha was correct. The proposal to allow Count Palacio access had been determined by a vote. With a small sigh and a frown, Human spoke. Behaving in such a manner is improper, Cardinal Yusha. Thank you for your concern. With that warning, Human glanced coldly at Count Palacio before walking past him. It seems he might dislike me now. Alon felt slightly uneasy about Human's obvious hostility but shrugged it off. In truth, he wasn't particularly intimidated by Human's animosity. Or rather, he didn't feel concerned, precisely because Human's character wasn't violent. Despite being a strict, principled man rooted in faith, Human's nature was not malicious. Had he been the protagonist, he'd be the type to be mocked by players for his overly righteous attitude fitting of a saint. Thus, without much concern, Alon was able to reach the chamber of the saint alongside Yusha. Good luck, sir. As he stepped further into the chamber of the Holy Spirit, he muttered, "Oh," gazing around in awe. The room was as he remembered, entirely covered in pristine white marble. But what truly captured his admiration was the statue of the goddess Saturnia at the far end of the room. The enormous statue, taking up more than half the space, was overwhelming in its grandeur. Normally, that statue would emit a radiant light, allowing communication with the goddess. But that was something only the original protagonist, Aliban, the saints, or bishops with deep faith could do. Come to think of it, I believe even the bishops and cardinals couldn't make the statue shine. Alon recalled the setting that the stronger the statue's light, the clearer the connection with the goddess, but that wasn't something that particularly concerned him. Sigh. Alon gathered a small amount of magical energy, making a simple seal to obtain the item he sought. Perception. As he cast the spell, the moment the magic began to activate. Wooing tilde. Hug. A bright, white light started bursting forth from the statue of the goddess. Human, one of the only two saints in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, and a man widely beloved by the people within the Holy Kingdom, did not like Count Palacio. Or rather, to be precise, he had recently started to dislike him. It was because, despite not being a follower of Saturnia, he had used his connections to gain access to the chamber of the Holy Spirit. And he did so through Cardinal Yusha, who had been manipulating the kingdom by sweet-talking the other cardinals to her will. However, despite knowing this, Human couldn't do anything, as the goddess Saturnia herself had remained silent about Yusha. Why does the goddess continue to let her be? Human sighed briefly in frustration. But it was only for a moment. Human then moved to a nearby room. This was a small chamber, next to the chamber of the Holy Spirit. A tiny confessional, large enough to fit only one person, permitted only for saints, where one could glimpse into the chamber of the Holy Spirit. He looked inside to keep an eye on Count Palacio, concerned he might steal something from the room filled with relics. What? He could only utter that in stunned silence as he looked at Count Palacio, standing in the center of the chamber. And with good reason. The statue of the goddess Saturnia was radiating a brilliant light. An even more magnificent light than when he, a saint, listened to the goddess's words. Chapter 90. In the underground of Rosario, the name of both the Holy Kingdom and its capital, stood a man in the heart of a vast subterranean cavern, a labyrinthine network of aqueducts converging here. His gentle smile clashed with the dim setting. The man, wearing a pendant engraved with the lunar symbol of Saturnia and dressed in somber ceremonial robes, was none other than Rosario's chief cardinal, Andard. "You have arrived." A soft murmur echoed as another man, draped head to toe in a black robe, began to step forward from the cavern's shadows. As expected, I couldn't deceive the cardinal's eyes. The masked figure, eyes creased in a mischievous expression, drew closer to Andard with a casual wave. Thud! A box landed before Andard. Though neither small nor large, the box drew his attention. "Please inspect it," the masked man prompted. Kneeling to examine the box, Andard lifted the lid and involuntarily gasped. Oh! Inside lay countless abyssal cores, their number easily exceeding 50. Momentarily stunned, Andard quickly closed the box and rose, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, brother. Thanks to this, we can proceed as planned." "That's good to hear. You mentioned the birthright, correct?" "Yes, provided the schedule remains unchanged." The masked man shrugged at Andard's words, turning as though to leave before pausing to ask, "Would it be all right if I ask you something?" "Please speak freely." With his serene smile, Andard encouraged him, and after a brief hesitation the masked man spoke. "I'm curious as to why the cardinal would involve himself in something like this. If it's too personal, feel free to decline." Andard hesitated before answering, "To seek salvation." "Salvation, you say?" The masked man repeated his words, prompting Andard to elaborate. "Brother, what do you think of the divine?" To be honest, I haven't really given it much thought. I believe the divine is unfair." The statement was jarring, especially coming from the chief cardinal. "Allow me to ask you a question." The masked man remained silent, listening intently as Andard continued. "There are those who offer prayers to the divine daily. Some go to temples to pray, some fight to uphold the divine's name, and others tread thorny paths to fulfill their divine mission. Others abandon an ailing elder to journey to the Holy Land, or take lives unwillingly to uphold the divine's will. Some, who haven't eaten for days, pray for even moldy bread to stave off hunger, while others pray to heal the sick." Andard's voice went on, recounting story after story of different people, their struggles pouring forth endlessly until, finally, he posed his last question to the masked man. "All these people believe in Saturnia and pray. Who, do you think, would receive divine aid?" As the masked man pondered the question, Andard, still smiling serenely, added, "Don't trouble yourself. There is no correct answer among the options I've provided." "What?" The masked man looked confused by Andard's sudden statement, but Andard continued speaking. "As I said, there is no correct answer. The divine, or rather Saturnia, does not extend a hand of salvation to anyone. She simply acts according to her own will." A bitter expression crossed Andard's face. "The gods are like that. Faith, no matter how long it endures, has no bearing. Even if someone believes in Cyreneia for decades, if they do not please her, they receive neither power nor blessing. But conversely, if she favors someone, they may receive power even without belief. It's as though faith is meaningless to them, with divine power bestowed entirely on a whim. Gods are such beings, indifferent to genuine prayers, faith, sacrifice, and martyrdom, wielding power only for themselves. After a moment's silence, Andred smiled again, an expression both gentle and devout. That's why I made this decision. In a profoundly compassionate and sacred tone, he said, "That's why I intend to proceed." The masked man glanced toward the vast cavern behind Andred. "A place where no one is discriminated against," he said. Though dark, the torches lining the space revealed the sheer size of the cavern, as well as the presence of countless people behind the cardinal, where anyone who believes can share in power equally. Men and women, elders and children, commoners, priests, inquisitors, and nuns were all gathered in reverent prayer, facing the same place, a sanctuary solely for believers. At the end of the space stood a massive statue, clearly crafted by human hands, a towering likeness of a human form. A god made by humanity. The masked man looked at Andred, who still wore his endlessly warm smile. In the torchlight, that smile seemed all the more eerie, almost like that of a madman. Suddenly, the masked man felt a strange fear. Andred's benevolent smile, cast in shadow by the torchlight, deepened ominously, resembling that of a lunatic. As soon as Alon used magic, he was surprised by an unexpected burst of light. Why is that glowing? The Cyreneia goddess statue shouldn't react to magic in the first place. He quickly ceased his spellcasting. However, even after stopping, the light from the statue of Cyreneia continued to shine. Soon, a soft but startled voice rang in Alon's ear. What is this?" The voice was feminine and nervous, but no physical form appeared. Only the statue glowed. Realizing the voice belonged to the goddess Cyreneia, Alon felt compelled to show respect and began to kneel, only to be interrupted. "Wait!" At her urgent tone, Alon froze mid-kneel, his face showing a mixture of confusion as he gazed at the statue. Who are you?" They. Hearing the goddess's voice tremble, Alon realized she was wary of him. Though he couldn't understand why, he knew he shouldn't keep the goddess waiting for a reply. "I am Count Palatio of the Kingdom of Asteria, great goddess Cyreneia." Recalling a self-introduction from the game, he responded accordingly. "No, that's not what I ha." The goddess, seeming frustrated, suddenly sighed before lapsing into silence. After a moment, she spoke again, more composed but with a hint of urgency. "Count Palatio, what is your purpose in coming here?" Alon sensed the concealed urgency in her voice, and after a moment's hesitation, decided to be direct. "I came hoping to obtain the Aeter's pendant." This relic, hidden in the saint's chamber and lacking any traceable magic, was what Alon had sought. At his words, clink tilde. The marble floor to the right of the statue lightly shifted open. "Reach out your hand." Cyreneia's voice echoed, and when Alon extended his hand, thud, a white pendant dropped into his palm. "This is this the purpose for which you came here?" "Yes, it is, but why give it to me so suddenly?" Although he sensed her intention, Alon still asked out of curiosity. Cyreneia responded simply, "Take it." "Are you sure about this?" "Yes, now if that's all, you may go." With those words she vanished, and the white light dissipated instantly, as if a power outage had occurred. Though her tone had become calm toward the end, her voice had sounded hurried, almost as if she was escaping. Feeling bewildered, Alon thought, what exactly is going on here? The situation reminded him of his encounter with Heinkel at the Mage Association, and he recalled Heinkel's cryptic mention of behind. Alon glanced over his shoulder, but nothing was there. What is this? He wondered, feeling an odd sense of unease as he left the saint's chamber with the Eye-Eater's pendant he'd originally sought. Meanwhile in Rosario, Saint Euman stood wide-eyed and stunned by what he had just witnessed. There were several reasons for his astonishment. First, he was shocked that Count Palacio could communicate with the goddess Saturnia. Second, he was surprised that Saturnia's statue glowed even brighter in the Count's presence than it ever had with him. But what astonished him most, leaving his mouth agape, was that the goddess herself bestowed a relic upon him. Saturnia had personally given a sacred artifact to Count Palacio. Such an act was typically reserved for a divine ceremony through which the goddess would formally choose a saint. Though Count Palacio's request had initiated the interaction, Euman, who was unaware of what had transpired in the saint's chamber, wondered, could Count Palacio have manipulated something, knowing I was watching? After all, the goddess Saturnia usually followed strict procedures for such holy ceremonies, not acting so abruptly. Once Count Palacio departed, Euman entered the sanctuary of the Holy Spirit, knelt, and began praying. After a short while, Voom! The Saturnia statue began to glow, and her voice echoed. What troubles you, my child? Her voice sounded slightly weary, though Euman, having seen the goddess bestow the relic, didn't notice the subtle change. Preparing to speak, he said, Great goddess Saturnia, I wish to report that Count Palacio has taken an item from the chamber. Enough, Saturnia interrupted. That was given by me. Pay it no mind, my child. Truly, is that so? Yes, if you witnessed today's events, pretend you saw nothing. With that, Saturnia vanished. Kneeling in the sanctuary of the Holy Spirit, Euman was left to ponder in shock. The goddess herself granted a relic to Count Palacio. After a long silence, he could only conclude, then does that mean Count Palacio is like me, a saint? Chapter 91. 2 days later. There were only 2 days left before the chief cardinal was expected to appear at the 2-week prayer gathering within the temple. While eating at a restaurant near the temple, Alon spoke. Evan. Yes, my lord. You usually wander off whenever you get the chance, but not this time, I see. At this question, Evan shrugged and replied, I went out, actually. Oh. Yes, but there wasn't much to see or enjoy. Just stepping outside, it looks like other territories. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly unique about it. Alon nodded thoughtfully. The Holy Kingdom does feel a bit like that. The capital viewed from outside the walls is truly beautiful. Even if one hasn't seen the outskirts, the rows of white buildings inside the castle make it clear to anyone that this is the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. However, aside from that, there's not much entertainment here unless you're a devout follower of Saturnia. Evan. Yes. This might sound odd, but is there something behind me? Behind you, my lord. Yes. Evan looked puzzled and then spoke. I'm not sure what you mean. Is that so? Yes, but you've been asking the same question since yesterday. Is something bothering you? Evan looked at him with a confused expression. Ever since he had exited the sanctuary, the reactions from the goddess and Heinkel were strangely similar. Realizing he had asked Evan the same question yesterday, Alon shook his head lightly. It's nothing serious. Well, though, there is something behind you. What do you mean? The saint. The saint. As Alon turned his gaze at those words, there stood Saint Euman, staring intently at him with a serious look in his eyes. As their eyes met, Euman quickly averted his gaze. His movement was unusually awkward. What's up with him? Of course, he had an inkling as to why Euman might act that way. Alon, not being a priest of Rosario, had entered the saint's chamber through Yusha, a place he technically shouldn't have access to. Still, the reason for his current curiosity was Yuman's peculiar behavior. "My lord, did something really happen between you and the saint? We only met once, that's all. But doesn't he seem to be following you a bit too closely? For nearly 2 days, in fact." Alan made a peculiar expression at Evan's remark. Indeed, Yuman's unusual behavior was precisely what had caught his attention. After Alan had entered and left the saint's room 2 evenings prior, Yuman, who shouldn't have had any reason to follow him, had been trailing him for 2 days now, quite visibly too. However, he only followed, never actually speaking to him. Did he somehow catch me taking the Eye-Eater's pendant from the room? No, that shouldn't be possible. It wasn't tracked by any magic, and it was well hidden. As Alan pondered other possible reasons, suddenly, thud! Yuman, who had been seated just moments before, seemed to make up his mind, stood up, and walked over to stand before Alan. "May I have a word with you in private?" "Yes, in private." As Alan nodded, puzzled, Yuman glanced around discreetly and then whispered quietly, "It would be wise to be cautious of Cardinal Yusha, Count Palacio." "Pardon? She is not a believer like us." Yuman said this with utmost seriousness, leaving Alan even more bewildered. With an expression of profound resolve and a determined look in his eyes, Yuman then said, "Well then, I'll be off." He bowed slightly and turned to leave. Watching him walk away, Evan, just as bewildered, asked, "What was that about, my lord?" "I have no idea," Alan replied, equally perplexed. Meanwhile, as Alan was grappling with Yuman's sudden shift in behavior, over at the Blue Tower. "No, I said no, you idiots." Out of nowhere, loud shouting erupted. "Get out, all of you." "Yes, ma'am." Startled by her fierce outburst, the wizard scurried out at once. Watching them flee, she sighed heavily, massaging her temples as if staving off a headache. "Why am I even in this ridiculous situation?" Peenia let out another long sigh, clutching her head. It was no wonder. Recently, she had been under constant stress due to an absurd rumor. The rumor circulating was that Peenia Chryson was in love with Count Palacio, a piece of gossip as baseless as it was bothersome, and it was causing her great frustration. Even earlier that day, one of her assistants, a mage who had been holed up in the tower for over 10 months, absorbed in research, had appeared with a cake that read, "Congratulations on your engagement, Vice Tower Master." Sigh. From Peenia's perspective, she could begrudgingly tolerate these sorts of antics, even laugh them off, no matter how often they occurred. However, the reason for her extreme reaction lay in the nature of these mages themselves. Wizards typically spend months or even years holed up in their labs, absorbed in their research, so they often miss rumors. This means every other day, someone new comes by to congratulate her on the so-called marriage. And it doesn't stop there. They don't just congratulate her, they assume, since there's a happy occasion, it's okay to be a little cheeky today, right? Leading to remarks like, "Maybe you should tone down your temper," or, "If you get mad, the Count will probably run away too." It was driving Peenia mad. "Why on earth do I have to be linked to that?" she wanted to shout, but halfway through, she instinctively glanced at the tower's window. Though the height was absolutely unreachable by any person, after witnessing the performance Raiden put on at the Rax's castle, she had started looking cautiously out of any window she passed. Click. After opening the window and checking thoroughly in all directions, confirming no one was there, she slumped down, exhausted, wearing a weary expression. But the recent annoyance wasn't the only thing bothering Peenia. Although it wasn't usually this extreme lately, she had been inexplicably unlucky. For instance, out of all the magical items ordered from the merchants, hers alone would be missing. Or among the magical materials coming from outside, only her materials would get lost. She had experienced 5 incidents like this in a row. Why on earth has my luck been so bad lately? Peenia muttered weakly, almost tearfully. She was about to curse. This is all that, but clamped her mouth shut, glancing back at the window. Despite her gloomy mood, the sky was bright and clear. In the office used by the saint within Rosario's inner temple. Sigh. Human, who had just been talking with Elan, recalled the Count of Palacio's detached expression, utterly devoid of emotion. Count Palacio is indeed a saint. Of course, Count Palacio hadn't officially become a saint. He hadn't received his holy relic through a public ceremony, but rather in a private, unofficial manner. However, even if unofficial, it was clear he was a saint. A saint is someone recognized by the goddess Saturnia herself by receiving a holy relic. In fact, even when Human had prayed for guidance, the goddess Saturnia had directly bestowed a relic upon the Count, affirming his sainthood beyond a doubt. The only thing Human couldn't understand was why the goddess chose to anoint him as a saint so secretly without a ceremony. However, even that mystery had somewhat resolved itself by now. Human cautiously lowered his gaze to the book in his hand. This ancient tome, passed down only to saints through the generations, contained the following words. Even with the great nation established by the goddess, it is impossible to save everyone, as evil hides deep within the shadows, fearing the goddess's dawn. To deal with those whom even the goddess's nation cannot save, and to root out evil lurking before the dawn of the goddess has appointed the Silver Saint. The Silver Saint, wielding the blade of dawn, will save those untouched by light from the shadows and eliminate evil embedded in darkness. In the undisclosed dawn, they are those who extend the goddess's grace. Silver Saint. Human murmured the words Silver Saint from the ancient text, thinking of Count Palacio. If he truly was appointed as the Silver Saint, it would make sense why he received only the relic from the goddess without a formal ceremony. Thus, if Count Palacio is the Silver Saint, he must be kept away from Cardinal Yusha. A small sense of duty took root within Human's heart. He didn't fully understand why the goddess Saturnia had chosen Count Palacio as the Silver Saint, but he knew that his role was not to question, but to accept. It would be foolish to question the goddess's choice, and he understood that Count Palacio should not be aligned with Cardinal Yusha. To Human, she was someone who, rather than revering the goddess, sought to use her power for selfish means, no different from the corrupt. Thus, I must help the Silver Saint walk the right path, I must. With eyes full of determination, he closed the ancient tome. A strange and intricate series of events had begun to unfold. 2 days later, it was finally the day of Elan's investiture ceremony. Elan hurried to the temple for the early morning ceremony, but soon found himself wearing a puzzled expression. There was an unusually large number of paladins accompanying him on his way to the temple. Of course, this wasn't unusual in itself, as those with black shoulder pads on their armor were the paladins directly under the cardinal, currently, the ones escorting Yusha, who was walking beside Elan. However, Elan's curiosity was piqued by the paladins walking to his left. Clad in white armor with blue epaulets, they were not under the cardinal's command but were instead the personal paladins of Saint Human, following him just as naturally as Yusha's paladins. Elan glanced questioningly at Human, then shifted his gaze back to Yusha. But they... Yusha, too, seemed bewildered, as if silently asking, "What is going on with him? What is happening?" Elan found himself even more confused, with no clear answers in sight. Chapter 92. The Rosario is governed by a total of 8 cardinals. In place of the Pope, who rarely leaves the confessional atop the temple unless for significant reasons, the cardinals lead the Rosario. They are divided into 3 main factions. One faction, led by Cardinal Morania, is the pureblood faction. Another, led by Cardinal Gumanian, is the political faction. and the final faction is led by Cardinal Yusha. However, the pureblood faction under Cardinal Morania and the political faction under Cardinal Gumanian were not particularly fond of Yusha. Yusha Bludia, backed by the support of countless devout followers, had swiftly absorbed surrounding powers and formed a formidable faction despite having only 2 cardinals. But that wasn't all. Although Yusha's faction was undeniably the smallest among the 3 in terms of scale, the other cardinals couldn't dare to underestimate her. Why? Because, inexplicably, she seemed to hold significant leverage over the other cardinals, weaknesses that, while not severe enough to strip them of their cardinal titles, were capable of significantly undermining their influence. For this reason, the factions within Rosario's sphere of influence bore little affection for Yusha. Recently, the 2 other factions had begun secretly collaborating on a plan to remove her. At least, that was their intention as of yesterday. Unfortunately for them, their plans crumbled today at the title investiture ceremony. Why, you ask? The saint. Why is the saint suddenly? The sight of the saint entering the inner hall of the temple, where the ceremony was being held, alongside Yusha left the remaining 4 cardinals in attendance dumbfounded. The other 4 were absent due to external duties. The mere act of appearing together in such a public setting, regardless of whether the event was an official Rosario ceremony or something as minor as a title investiture, was enough to signify an alliance between the 2. The impact of this revelation was unshaken. The cardinals present understood something critical. The saint had no prior connection to Count Palacio. In principle, priests with prior acquaintance with the nobles being honored at the investiture are the ones who accompany them. And yet here was the saint, involved in the event, alongside Count Palacio, a figure with no apparent relation to her. This led the cardinals to a single, undeniable conclusion. The saint had allied herself with Yusha. If the saint has sided with her, our plans can't move forward anymore. How in the world did she manage to bring the saint into this? This just became a massive headache. As quiet sighs of frustration spread among them. Alan, who was also entering the hall for the investiture ceremony, found himself perplexed. No, seriously, what is this? Should I even ask about it? He hesitated, glancing at Yuman walking beside him, then turned his gaze to Yusha. Her expression was just as puzzled as his, which only deepened Alan's curiosity. This concludes the investiture ceremony. The long, tedious investiture ceremony had finally come to an end. Congratulations, Count Palacio. Oh, I suppose I should call you Marquis now. Thank you. Andred offered his hand with a practiced smile, which Alan accepted with a slight nod, thinking to himself. That was painfully long. While Alan had heard from Sergius that these ceremonies tended to drag on, he hadn't anticipated it would last a full 4 hours. He clicked his tongue in exasperation. Well then, let's meet again when we have the chance. Andred slightly bowed his head, signaling the end of the event. People in the hall began to disperse one by one. Watching them leave, Alan heard voices from beside him. Congratulations, my lord, you're a marquis now. Indeed, I suppose I'll have to be mindful not to call you count anymore, added Evan. Nodding at their words, Alan replied, Yes, thank you for the congratulations. Now that everything's done, what are your plans next? Alan pondered briefly before answering. Since the business here is finished, I'll head back to his cozy, peaceful home, perfect for roasting sweet potatoes. Is that so? You won't stay to enjoy the birthday festival? Birthday festival? Yes, today is Sirenia's birthday festival, Yusha explained. Alan froze for a moment, blinking. Today's the festival. Yes. Funny, I didn't notice any preparations around the temple. Recalling the scenery he'd observed the past couple of days, Alon shared his thoughts. Yusha replied, "That's because the festival truly begins on the night of the full moon. The Pope announces the start of the festival, and from then on, the preparations get into full swing. Although, since the Pope is usually occupied with prayers in the Holy Land, the Chief Cardinal, Lord Andard, will likely take charge of announcing it," she added with a playful tone. Alon nodded, pondering her words. The birthday festival, huh? The birthday festival of Cyrenia. In Psychedelia, it was an event players would encounter during their early visits to Rosario. However, Alon rarely attended the festival in the game. Instead of participating in the event, it was far more beneficial, both in terms of leveling up and gaining experience points, to explore the scattered dungeons or grind levels in Lartania. That said, while he had often skipped the event, Alon was well aware of the unique items that could only be obtained during the festival. "Since I'm already here, I might as well grab a few of those while I can." Alon, with those thoughts in mind, spoke. "Well, if that's the case, I suppose I can stay and enjoy the festival for a day or two." "Oh, really? Is that true, Count No Marquis?" "Yes." Evan and Yusha nodded in approval, clearly pleased with Alon's decision. "Well, if I can secure those items, spending a day or two isn't a bad investment." While Alon was making this calculation, a familiar voice called from behind him. "Marquis Palacio." When Alon turned, he saw Yuman approaching. "Saint, congratulations." The sudden congratulation left Alon momentarily taken aback, but he quickly responded. "Ah yes, thank you." Unlike the last time, when Yuman had warned him to be wary of Yusha, his tone now carried an almost unfamiliar kindness. It was impossible to read him. Whether or not Yuman noticed Alon's confusion, he gave a satisfied smile before turning his gaze toward Yusha. His expression instantly shifted cold and openly hostile. For a moment, Yuman locked eyes with her. Then, as if delivering some profound piece of advice, he said, "Well then, I'll take my leave. Also, I hope you've given my words some serious thought." With a fiery, intense glare that seemed to brim with passion, Yuman departed. As Alon stared blankly at his retreating figure, Evan called out to him. "Marquis, what is it? I know this might sound terribly disrespectful, but doesn't the saint seem a bit off?" "What do you mean by that?" "You know, bipolar disorder." Evan's reasonable suspicion left Alon momentarily silent as he recalled Yuman's behavior, alternating between anger, seriousness, and smiles every time they interacted. Finally, Alon gave a slow nod. That might be possible. It was an objective assessment. Unbeknownst to him, however, Yuman was entirely oblivious to such evaluations. "I must rescue the Silver Saint from the clutches of Cardinal Yusha's wicked grasp." Yuman, full of passion and determination, continued to burn with resolve. That night. Wow, this is truly breathtaking. "It is." At Evan's voice, filled with awe, Alon looked out at the view from the room. Though his expression remained stoic, he couldn't help but feel impressed. "This is even more beautiful than in the game." A blue moon hung in the sky, while the vast temple below was surrounded not by red torches, but by glowing blue ones that lit up the entire scene. At the center of the massive temple, an immense number of priests had gathered, offering prayers in unison as they awaited the beginning of the birthday festival. The sight was truly magnificent, leaving Alon momentarily mesmerized as he gazed at the temple. "It's starting," Yusha said, drawing his attention to the platform. Soon, Andard stepped up, signaling the start of the festival. Not long after, Alon noticed Yuman joining Andard on the platform and thought to himself, "Well, I did feel uneasy about falling out with him, but since things turned out well, I suppose it doesn't matter. While Alan was aware that, despite any friction between them, Human, being no heretic, was unlikely to harm him physically or politically, he still disliked being at odds with anyone. More importantly, Human, according to the original story of psychedelia, eventually becomes one of the allies protecting this world alongside the protagonist, Illiben. In other words, having a bad relationship with Human would only lead to trouble in the future. With that burden lifted from his mind, Alan watched the festival proceedings with a lighter heart. At that moment, Human stood on the platform, preparing to deliver the traditional sermon alongside the chief cardinal before the gathered faithful. Suddenly, Human felt something was off. The figure before him was undoubtedly Andred, yet something about him seemed subtly different. If asked to explain what it was, Human wouldn't have been able to put it into words. But the sense of unease was undeniable. At that moment, the chief cardinal, still wearing his benevolent smile, spoke. As expected, the saint can sense it, can't you? Excuse me, Human asked, startled. Andred, however, ignored the question, looking at Human as he continued. I envy you, saint. His voice carried an unfamiliar tone, deviating from the planned ceremony. A sense of confusion began to rise in Human's eyes. Simply by existing, you are blessed. The words that followed caused visible confusion among the cardinals and bishops seated on the platform. Priests who have prayed for decades, children who starve for days, devotees who endure suffering to fulfill the will of the divine, all of them, yet not you. I find it unfair. By now, even the faithful, who had been deep in prayer just moments ago, realized that something was amiss. They looked up at the platform, their expressions filled with doubt. And then Human saw it. The chief cardinal, still maintaining his benevolent smile, spoke again. And so here, in the presence of a new God, I ask you, the very symbol of this unfairness, to die. Crack! In an instant, Andred's arm, which had seemed perfectly normal just moments ago, began to swell grotesquely, transforming into something monstrous. A massive arm, resembling hundreds of tree trunks twisted together, swung down with overwhelming force, aiming to sweep away the cardinals and Human on the platform. It all happened in an instant. At the same time, Human's perception seemed to slow, and everything around him appeared to move sluggishly. He saw the cardinals and bishops on the platform, their faces frozen in shock as they tried to rise from their seats. He saw the paladins belatedly drawing their swords. He saw the expressions of countless priests, etched with horror, filling his vision in slow motion. Under normal circumstances, no one on the platform would have survived Andred's surprise attack. Holy power requires time to wield. No matter how devout or powerful a person's faith, invoking holy power necessitates prayer to the divine. That was an immutable rule. However, there was one person present who was free from this limitation. The saint Human. Chosen directly by the divine, Human could wield holy power without the need for prayer. Crag. In that split second, Human summoned holy power to block the attack. But despite pouring an immense amount of holy power into his shield, the sheer impact of the blow made Human grimace involuntarily. Still, the barrier he conjured with his extraordinary holy power successfully stopped Andred's surprise attack, just as he had anticipated. But Andred's grotesque arm slid along the outer edge of Human's shield and continued its swing, hurtling downward toward the priests below the platform. No! Without realizing it, Human cried out and expanded his shield to cover a larger area. However, despite his efforts, Andred's monstrous arm was already descending on a group of young priests, too small to have yet reached adulthood. At that moment, Human saw them. The children, trembling in fear, their wide eyes filled with terror, looked toward him with a glimmer of hope. But those hopeful eyes only deepened Yuman's sense of despair. He instinctively shut his eyes tightly as if to block out the sight. And then, Thunder God's wrath. A low voice resonated across the temple. When Yuman opened his eyes, he saw it. Amidst the terrified children, a figure clad in a dark coat moved swiftly. The instant Yuman realized what was happening, an icy chill spread through his core. The next thing he saw was the hem of the coat whipping violently in the air, crackling with blue lightning. Finally, Yuman beheld the sight of Andard's grotesque arm, which had been swinging to crush everyone on the platform, suddenly vanishing as if it had exploded. And then all eyes, including Yuman's, turned toward the man. No, the figure of the Silver Saint, standing against the backdrop of the blue moon. What is the meaning of this? The man's voice rang out, calm but laced with authority. Chapter 93. Alon knew that the chief cardinal Andard was a character that did not exist in the original work. Even if the character had existed, they had never made an appearance in Psychedelia. Because of this, while his outward expression remained neutral, Alon's mind was spinning rapidly. Is this how the story was supposed to unfold, or has something changed? Of course, even with such thoughts, there was no way for him to know. The only events Alon knew were those from a point 1 year into the future. Anything that occurred before that was beyond his grasp. He shifted his gaze to Yuman. In the future, Yuman was destined to save the world alongside Aliban, ensuring Alon's comfortable life. Yuman now used his holy power to block Andard's attack. As expected of a saint, he can use holy power without a prayer or invocation. Alon, recalling how Yuman's skills in the game always triggered immediately without consuming a turn, let out a sigh of relief. At least that's a relief. Naturally, the primary reason Alon had used his Thunder God form to rush here was to rescue Yuman, the one who would ensure his future comfort. If this event was meant to happen, then Yuman would surely survive. However, if it wasn't part of the original events, Yuman could have died. Well, in the end, he managed to block the attack when he used his magic, so instead of merely protecting Yuman, he incapacitated Andard entirely. But deep down, Alon instinctively knew. It wasn't over yet. Marquis Palacio was it. Despite having his arm blown off by Alon's Thunder God form and half his face blackened, the chief cardinal Andard spoke with difficulty. His lips still bore a benevolent smile. Even though the injuries he had sustained were severe enough to be fatal, the smile never left his face, as if he didn't feel pain, or rather, as if it had been drawn there. Indeed. As Alon's reply fell, the priests who had been frozen in shock began to pray. At the same time, the paladins drew their swords from their belts, traced the sign of the cross, and raised their holy power. The surviving cardinals, barely clinging to life, declared Andard a clear heretic. But even in such a situation, Andard, still wearing that drawn smile, gazed down at Alon from beneath the platform. "That's nice, really nice." Suddenly, such words slipped from his lips. "What?" By the time Alon asked back, the clergy had already finished their prayers and were launching attacks at Andard. Some fired arrows of light. Some swung their maces. Some wielded swords. Some unleashed lightning. And some hurled pure, divine power itself at Andard. A tremendous roar erupted. Bolts of lightning forged from holy power rained down from the sky. White holy magic, shimmering with the glow of the blue moon, cascaded down one after another. Like a torrential downpour. Or perhaps like a meteor shower. The overwhelming deluge of holy magic crashed onto the platform where Andard stood. Even Alon, despite himself, felt a sense of reverence for the sheer magnitude of divine violence unfolding before him. And when the explosive projection of holy power finally subsided, leaving the platform in ruins, what emerged was Andard still standing, though his body was utterly shattered. His arms were gone. Several gaping holes pierced through his torso. The upper part of his head was missing. It was a state that all but guaranteed death. And yet Andard's benevolent smile remained untouched. The priests, cardinals, and even Human were filled with shock and disbelief at the sight. It would have been a shame, you see. Your caliber is quite remarkable. Andard muttered in a calm, composed voice, his expression unchanging. I didn't want to let go. With those words, a strange sound began to emanate from Andard's body. A grotesque, unsettling noise, as if something was forcibly pushing its way out. And then it happened. The benevolent smile that had adorned Andard's face just moments ago was replaced by something far more horrifying. From his shattered body, red branches began to sprout and grow. Rumble, rumble. The ground of the great square, where the clergy had gathered, split apart in a straight line. Run, move now. Screams echoed as the priests scrambled to escape the splitting ground. Through the chaos of the now shattered square, a massive tree trunk began to rise, breaking through the ground. Dozens, no, hundreds of crimson branches erupted from the earth, spreading outward. The rupture extended beyond the square, reaching the white city within the inner sanctum. Crack! And finally, it began to reveal itself. The first thing to appear was a pair of grotesque, twisted hands, entangled in writhing red vines. Next came the sight of a massive statue's head, emerging as if being born at the cost of devouring the white city. Following it, the enormous body of the statue began to push itself outward. And at that moment, everyone present realized the truth. The benevolent Andard who had stood before them just moments ago was nothing more than a puppet. Crash! In an instant, Andard's body, which had been sprouting countless branches, was sucked into the colossal statue. Crack! At the same time, the face of the giant statue, resembling that of a human, split into 4 sections like petals opening into a flower. From within, countless crimson branches erupted outward. And finally, it appeared, consuming the entire eastern part of the white city as it emerged. By your will, I have descended. Turning its gaze to the clergy, it spoke. Worship me. With those words, it announced its birth to all. I am Machina, the god of humanity. An outer god had descended. The priests, the paladins, the cardinals, and even Human stood in stunned silence beneath the blue moon, gazing at the outer god that had descended before them. The being, which had crawled out while devouring the white city, spread its branches as though it intended to consume everything. Even Alan was no exception to the overwhelming shock. Machina. Alan felt a wave of confusion. He had never heard of an outer god named Machina before. Of course, this timeline was not one he was familiar with, but even so, the existence before his eyes was undeniably alien. What on earth is? Amid his bewilderment, Alan's gaze remained fixed on Machina. Then he noticed something that struck him with a chilling familiarity. Black smoke, emanating from every part of Machina's massive body, weaving through the tree-like vines and filling the air. The abyss. Without realizing it, Alan thought of the keyword and recalled a piece of information he had once heard. An abyssal entity capable of granting divinity to individuals of significant power had infiltrated the Holy Kingdom. With that realization, Alan understood the truth. The being before him had been forged from the abyss. An artificial outer god. Alan muttered those words, trying to comprehend the nature of the creature before him. Look over there. Someone. His thoughts were interrupted by the panicked cries of the priests, directing his attention to the area beneath the massive outer god. There he saw something horrifying. There, amidst the chaos, were people, the citizens of the Holy Kingdom, limp and lifeless, ensnared by crimson vines. "Do not resist. What I do is to care for you equally." A voice rang out, holy, yet disturbingly unnatural, echoing through the air. The crimson vines began crawling toward the priests. "Stop them!" The paladins charged toward the encroaching vines, slashing at the writhing branches. Soon, the priests unleashed their holy magic, piercing through the blue night and striking at the outer god. The scene that had earlier left even Alan awestruck played out once again. Thud crash. In an instant, one of Machina's massive arms was severed and fell to the ground. Hope flickered in the priests' eyes as they looked at the sight, igniting their resolve. But their determination was short-lived. It's regenerating. What they witnessed was beyond belief. The very arm that had been obliterated by the divine bombardment was regenerating as though nothing had happened. At an incredible speed. Branches intertwined like blood vessels forming, and in no time the right arm was fully restored. The priests were horrified by the grotesque spectacle. Meanwhile, the paladins who had been cutting down the advancing crimson vines began falling, one by one. Those ensnared by the vines had crimson branches sprouting from their bodies, turning them into lifeless wooden husks in an instant. Fear spread among the paladins. It infected them like a plague, rippling through everyone present. Soon, the vines that had devoured the paladins reached the priests, ready to snatch them up as well. At that moment, flare, a massive barrier blocked the advancing vines. It was human who had stopped the vines. Surrounded by an overwhelming aura of divine power, he had created a massive holy wall that shielded the priests. The priests looked at him in awe, but his expression was far from bright. The immense wall of divine power, which only a saint could conjure, was rapidly draining his strength. And then, to proclaim equality and deliver it, I have descended, yet you are so ignorant. As the enormous hand of Machina rose high into the blue-lit sky, the priests saw it. A hand that, moments ago, had been too small to obscure the blue moon was now growing. Hundreds of crimson branches intertwined, expanding until the hand became vast enough to engulf the moon itself. Lady Cyernia. At the overwhelming sight, the priests instinctively called out to the goddess Cyernia. The cardinals, their faces etched with despair, let out heavy sighs. Even Human, who was desperately holding up the massive divine barrier, could only stare at the enormous hand in disbelief. What on earth is that? His eyes were filled with a mix of helplessness and despair as he gazed at the colossal hand. "Accept me, all of you, for I am the God of humanity you have created. And I shall deal with you all equally." As Machina's voice echoed, the massive hand descended toward the holy barrier Human had erected. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of something shattering pierced the air. "Huh!" A faint sigh followed the sound, drawing Human's attention. Struggling, he turned to look behind him. There, standing calmly amidst the despair, was someone crushing the remnants of a shattered potion bottle underfoot while drinking another. It was the Marquis Palacio, or rather the Silver Saint. Expressionless, unfazed by the dire situation, he spoke. "Hold on just a little longer." Then, as if preparing for what was to come, he asked, "Can you do it?" Human, as though entranced, answered without hesitation. "I'll try." The Silver Saint, or rather Alan, nodded at Human's response. "Good, make sure to leave the ceiling of the barrier open." He then briefly checked the glowing white necklace hanging around his neck before uttering a command. A ray of thunder. Crackle! Lightning, infused with the light of the blue moon, began to surge and dance across Alon's body, crackling with raw power. Chapter 94. A Ray of Thunder. Lightning began to crackle across Alon's body as he took a step forward. Disassemble. The crackling lightning transformed into countless blue particles. At the same time, Alon picked up a fallen paladin's sword that had been knocked aside during the battle. Dissolve. The blue particles were absorbed into Alon's body. All things circulate. His body flickered, shifting like a faint afterimage. Form of the thunder god. With the completion of a seal, he became lightning itself. Branches incoming. As soon as the barrier's ceiling was opened following Alon's command, branches began to force their way inside. Everyone's eyes filled with despair at the sight. But at that very moment, Alon tore through the invading branches and shot toward the sky. Boom! With a deafening roar, shards of torn branches scattered, revealing the silhouette of Marquis Palacio against the backdrop of a blue moon. Hovering midair, Alon observed the branches now shooting toward him. As I expected, slow. Although the branches were approaching, their sluggish speed reassured him. Feeling the hilt of the sword in his left hand, he thought, "It's close, but everything's ready." There were two reasons why Alon had been unable to move swiftly until now. The first was the time it had taken to identify Machina's weakness. Until this point, Alon had never tried to discern the vulnerabilities of outer gods. Outer gods who hadn't yet ascended to godhood usually followed the structure of their pre-incarnate divine forms. Moreover, most of the outer gods he had faced possessed bodies limited to the size of his magic's effective range. In other words, targeting their weaknesses had never been necessary. This time, however, was different. The Machina before him was so massive that it dwarfed the scope of Alon's magic and possessed overwhelming regenerative abilities. In short, indiscriminately using magic was not enough to eliminate this adversary. But now, at this moment, Alon had a clear understanding of Machina's weakness. It was thanks to an artifact he had acquired in the Holy Kingdom, a game item called Eye-Eater's Pendant. In the game, this necklace allowed the wearer to gradually identify an enemy's weak points after more than 10 turns of combat, increasing critical hit rates. And now the weakness was unmistakable, the solar plexus. Within Machina's red branches and statue-like body, Alon spotted a glowing blue figure in the shape of a person, positioned at the solar plexus. He let out a deep sigh. Only one chance. My mana is almost depleted. Mana. That was the second reason Alon had been unable to move quickly. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. Most of his mana had already been used during the initial attack by Andard, when he had spent it saving Human. As a result, Alon needed time to replenish his mana. Even now, the results were less than ideal. His mana pool, unfortunately meager, had almost completely drained in the fraction of a second it took to manifest magic and launch himself skyward. What remained was so negligible that it was only sufficient for a single spell. Though he had guzzled 2 potions in succession, despite the risk of mana addiction, the recovery was painstakingly slow. Even at best, Alon's mana reserves were little more than scraps. In short, as ridiculous as it sounded, at this moment, Alon could no longer cast any powerful magic. Normally, that is. Phew. Exhaling deeply, Alon extended the sword in his left hand toward Machina. Formation of Thunder. He recited the incantation. Crackle. As soon as the words left his lips, the sound of crackling electricity echoed in his ears. The remnants of his mana drained away entirely, leaving him completely depleted in an instant. Buffy. At the same time, An intense pain surged through him. His body spasmed in protest, unable to extract any more mana. Yet Alan did not stop chanting. After all, the spell he intended to cast was not form of the thunder god. Disassemble. Ever since his return from Raxas, Alan had devoted himself to the study of magic, specifically, the efficiency of material manifestation. For someone like him, whose meager mana reserves would run dry from a single materialized spell, this research was essential. Dissolve. However, after half a year of countless experiments, Alan had failed to improve the efficiency of material manifestation. Even so, he had discovered something valuable. And that was, all things circulate. Instead of manifesting form of the thunder god within his own body, he could manifest it within objects. Crackle. The sword in Alan's left hand began to absorb the blue particles, its form shimmering and flickering like an afterimage. This was a discovery born entirely by chance. While desperately researching ways to reduce the mana consumption of material manifestation, Alan had stumbled upon this unintended breakthrough. But now, in this moment, form of the thunder god, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. This accidental discovery manifested itself as the strongest magic Alan could wield at present. Crackle. The wavering sword in Alan's hand suddenly erupted with blue lightning, sending bright white currents surging outward. Gripping the sword as though preparing to throw a spear, Alan pulled his arm back and elongated the weapon's form with a deft arrangement of its energy. What he created was thin, long, and crackle, crackle, crackle. A lance imbued with the sharp, unmistakable power of lightning. The moment everyone, including Human, caught sight of Alan holding the lance of lightning under the blue moon, the weapon left his hand with tremendous force. And then, boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the lightning pierced through Machina's solar plexus. Hash, hash, hash. The moment the lance of lightning struck Machina's chest, everything came to a halt. The massive roots that had threatened to consume the entire Holy Kingdom disintegrated into ash, scattering into the wind. The enormous hands that had been moments away from crushing Human, and the priests dissolved into white powder, floating away like snowflakes. Thud. Rumble, 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 crack. Machina's once imposing form, composed of countless branches, began to collapse as its structure crumbled into ash. And yet, instead of focusing on the destruction of Machina, everyone present, including Human, had their gazes fixed on a single figure. Under the blue moon, amidst the swirling white ashes that fell like flower petals, stood a man. Even though he had single-handedly defeated an outer god, his expression remained blank, as though the victory was only natural. That man, the Marquis Palacio. Everyone could only stare at him in stunned silence, all glimmering faintly in their eyes. But at the same time, this is bad. Behind his expressionless face, the Marquis was wearing a truly serious and troubled look. Everything had gone according to plan. Positioning himself in the air to prepare magic without interference from the vines, check. Identifying Machina's weak point with the Eye-Eater's pendant, check. Draining mana recklessly and downing 2 potions despite the risk of mana exhaustion, check. Everything had unfolded as planned. Except for one critical detail. He had not considered what to do after defeating Machina. To be precise, he had thought about it. After finishing his attack, he planned to conjure an ice wall with magic, carve it into a curve, and descend as safely as possible from the air. Of course, he was well aware that even with this method, the likelihood of getting hurt was higher than not. However, since this was the Holy Kingdom, he was confident recovery would be relatively easy. After all, the priests of the Holy Kingdom, especially those of bishop rank or higher, were capable of healing almost anything as long as the patient was still alive. But that was the key: the patient had to be alive. No matter how skilled the priests were, they couldn't bring someone back from the dead. I didn't expect the mana consumption to be this high. As Alan lamented the unexpected amount of mana required to adjust the arrangement for form of the thunder god, he momentarily pondered how to handle his current predicament. Thunk! He suddenly realized that his rapid fall had slowed. And then another realization dawned on him. Yusha! A soft, white, cloud-like substance created by divine power had caught his descent. You did well, my lord. Soon the sight of Yusha's radiant smile, framed against the blue moon, came into view. Alan mustered his remaining strength to nod in acknowledgement. Hash. In conclusion, the Holy Kingdom's celebration of the goddess Cyrenea's birth was completely halted due to Machina's sudden appearance. This was inevitable. Although Machina was ultimately defeated, the damage to the Holy Kingdom was catastrophic. Even a nation as resilient as the Holy Kingdom couldn't hold a festival under such circumstances. As for Alan, the one who dealt with Machina, "Are you all right, Count, or should I say Marquis now? I think I'll be able to move again soon." He was being treated in a hospital annexed to the temple for about 2 days. Outwardly, he didn't seem to have sustained any major injuries. The few wounds he bore were a result of his incomplete control over form of the thunder god, rather than anything inflicted by Machina. However, the real issue was his mana core. A week of recovery for mana depletion. Despite risking mana addiction by downing 2 potions in quick succession, Alan had still succumbed to severe mana exhaustion. As a result, he was stuck in the hospital for at least a week. But to be honest, Alan was desperate to escape the hospital. No, more than that, he wanted to leave the Holy Kingdom altogether. After all, he had accomplished his task and had no reason to stay. The reason for his urgency was simple. Marquis, what is it? You're quite the popular man. Alan sighed. While staying in the hospital, he had been enduring the overwhelmingly burdensome gazes of the priests. He glanced toward the door, where priests passed by, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Speaking as though to himself, he said, "Honestly, I do like it much." Really? Yeah. Alan understood that being respected by others wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, immediately after being injured, feeling the admiration of the priests had been somewhat gratifying. After all, everyone has a basic need for recognition. But still, isn't this a bit too much? It was overwhelming for every single priest he encountered to stare at him with such wide-eyed admiration. And truthfully, there was another reason he wanted to leave the Holy Kingdom as soon as possible. Marquis, may I have a moment? Saint. Yes, Marquis. The reason was none other than human. Oh, Marquis, come to think of it, I just remembered some information I need to retrieve. I'll step out for a bit, said Evan, rising from his seat as soon as human entered. He quickly exited the hospital room. Left alone with human, Alan scratched his head. Well, have a seat first. Yes. Human sat down remarkably quickly and immediately began to speak. How is your condition, Marquis? As I said yesterday, it's not too bad. That's a relief. Human nodded, seemingly reassured, then looked up at Alan with a gaze filled with both respect and reverence. And Alan found it unbearably awkward. Maintaining a good relationship with human wasn't a bad thing. After all, human was destined to become Aliban's right-hand man in the future. But having him come by every day, gazing at him with such admiration and reverence, was honestly too much for Alan to handle. Grateful for his concern but hopping to dissuade him gently, Alan said, I appreciate your worry, but you don't need to visit so often. Please focus on your duties. However, that won't do. Why not? Because you and I share the same burden, Marquis. No, yours is even heavier than mine. Knowing this, how could I turn away from you? Yuman's eyes shone with even more respect as he nodded resolutely, reaffirming his determination. Alan could only look at him, utterly baffled as Yuman continued. I will never abandon you. With no way to make sense of Yuman's incomprehensible declarations, Alan was left staring at him, lost for words. Chapter 95. Alan fell silent at Yuman's words. More accurately, he was deep in thought. What is he talking about? Behind his stoic expression, he concealed his bewilderment as he replayed Yuman's words in his mind. Carrying the same burden as me, perhaps an even heavier one. What is this supposed to mean? Alan looked at Yuman. The clear respect and awe in Yuman's eyes were undeniable, proving that his words were not a joke but genuine. There. Alan grew even more perplexed. Does he really think I'm that impressive? Is it something like that? He recalled the recent admiration and favor the priests had shown him, but quickly shook his head. No matter how he thought about it, Yuman's words weren't the usual expressions of respect or reverence. Thus, pardon me, but what exactly do you mean? Well, you said I carry the same burden as you. What do you mean by that? Alan decided to ask directly. Since he didn't seem to grasp subtle hints, this time Alan posed the question plainly. Without hesitation, Yuman explained. I meant exactly what I said. We share a similar burden, though yours is heavier than mine. Me? Yes. Even though Yuman had clarified, Alan was even less certain of his intent. However, one thing became clear. He's definitely mistaken about something. There was clearly some misunderstanding. At a glance, Alan could see no similarity between himself and Yuman. Even by rank alone, Alan was born into the noble Palacio family, while Yuman was an orphan raised in an orphanage. Their upbringings were worlds apart. Alan had grown up leisurely, slicing into the meat served at his family's table, living as he pleased, while Yuman had been selected as a saint at a young age after a difficult life in the orphanage. Beyond that, their personalities, tendencies, and even values were completely different. From what Alan knew of Yuman, there was absolutely nothing they had in common. Should I point this out? He deliberated inwardly. Not only had he realized that Yuman was misunderstanding something, but also that Yuman's kindness stemmed from this misunderstanding. In other words, clearing up the misunderstanding here and now could potentially lead to that kindness disappearing. Caught in this dilemma, Alan thought, I should say something. Ultimately, he made up his mind. He decided to set the record straight. Of course, he didn't want to damage their relationship. After all, Yuman was the right-hand man of Liban, the protagonist of Psychedelia, and the saint of the Holy Kingdom. However, based on his past experiences, Alan knew that the longer such misunderstandings were left unresolved, the bigger the problems they could cause once revealed. Thus, after careful consideration, he finally opened his mouth. Saint. Yes, Marquis. I believe there's some misunderstanding. Let me clarify, I am not in the same position as you. Alan spoke decisively, determined to resolve Yuman's misunderstanding. However, yes, I understand. The Marquis bears a burden far greater than mine, perhaps even walking a path unacknowledged by anyone. At Yuman's response, as though he fully comprehended, Alan opened his mouth again. No, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? I mean it exactly as I said. This isn't me being modest. I'm saying that I'm truly not in the same position as you." Alan made every effort to explicitly convey that Human's assumption was a mistake. As he finished, he felt a slight headache coming on. He didn't know what kind of misunderstanding had occurred, but such situations usually ended up leaving both parties awkward when cleared up. Dreading the inevitable awkward atmosphere, Alan was bracing himself, but, "Oh, I see." Human, contrary to expectations, responded lightly, with an even more pronounced look of respect in his eyes. "My apologies, I seem to have been rather insensitive." "Pardon. It seems I've made a misstep. I still have much to learn." "Wait, are you sure you understand me correctly? As I said, I'm not in the same position as you at all." "Yes, I understand completely." Human replied with a smile. The lukewarm reaction was far from the awkwardness Alan had anticipated. This led Alan to an instinctive realization. Does he not believe me? As Alan mulled over this thought, Human spoke again. "I'm sorry if I've caused offense. I had no intention of distorting your resolve." "No, that's not the point. You're misunderstanding." "Yes, I understand perfectly, Marquis." Before Alan could finish, Human spoke in a way that implied, sure, I get it. Don't worry about it." His attitude, as if he fully grasped the situation and was merely feigning ignorance, left Alan speechless. "What the person involved is telling you it's a misunderstanding. What is this?" Alan felt dumbfounded internally. "Well then, Marquis, I shall pray for the blessings of Cyrenea's goddess upon you." With that, Human exited the room. Alan, left staring blankly at the door Human had passed through, found himself unable to say anything. 3 days had passed since then. By now, Alan's mana depletion symptoms had mostly subsided, and Yusha came to visit. "Are you feeling better, sir?" "Yes." Seeing Alan nod, Yusha, who had accompanied Human daily, smiled with relief. She then reached into her robes and handed Alan a black fragment. "Is this an abyssal core?" "Yes, it seems, just as you suspected, Andard had been using abyssal cores. We've identified at least 40 of them." 40? "Yes, and that's just what we've found so far. There may be even more." At Yusha's words, Alan stared at the hollow, gray cube devoid of its power and pondered. Using abyssal cores to create outer gods. Of course, Alan had no prior knowledge of this. In psychedelia, abyssal cores weren't introduced until years later. Even then, they were simply treated as a mechanic to scale monsters, levels to match the player's progress. In short, psychedelia never delved into information about abyssal cores, so Alan had no knowledge of the matter whatsoever. Even if these outer gods are artificially created, the distinction is clear. Still, the fact that abyssal cores can produce outer gods is not something to be ignored. Since abyssal cores could circulate, it meant such incidents could happen anywhere. Having reached that conclusion, he spoke. "Yusha." "Yes, sir." "If you uncover anything about where these abyssal cores are being distributed, can you let me know?" "Understood." He decided to leave Yusha a hint to investigate the distribution of abyssal cores. He knew that the Holy Kingdom operated its own informants directly rather than relying on information guilds. Those people are quick to handle heretical matters. If I leave it to Yusha, I'll probably get information faster than through the guild. As Alan continued discussing abyssal cores with Yusha, a certain thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be the Forgotten One? The idea struck him briefly, but he quickly shook his head, regaining composure. A fully realized outer god born from such a phenomenon wouldn't be this careless. Ending his thoughts there, Alan spent the next 2 days conversing further with Yusha. Around that time, "Are you leaving now, sir?" "Well, I've wrapped up what I came here to do." "That makes sense." Alan began preparing to leave the Holy Kingdom, but not alone. "Oh, hello, Marquis. My Jan, what a coincidence. We'll be leaving together this time too, I see." He was joined by the mercenary group he hadn't seen the entire time he was in the Holy Kingdom for the title investiture ceremony. "Why, yes, what a coincidence. It's been a while, but why are you suddenly using formal speech?" "Ah, well, it's because, oh, now that you're a marquis, the rank difference suddenly feels overwhelming." Mayan seemed unsure whether their excuse made sense, and Alan was left perplexed. "Please take care of the Lord." "Understood. Do you hear me?" "Why, yes." Watching Mayan snap to attention at Yusha's words, Alan instinctively glanced at her. "Well then, I'll be waiting for your letter." "Of course, I'll write as soon as I return." Her calm farewell left Alan with little to say. "It should be fine." With a light goodbye, Alan departed the Holy Kingdom. Shortly after Alan's departure from the Holy Kingdom, deep inside Yusha's office, a report was being delivered. "3 more have been discovered." Sergius stood before Yusha, giving his report. "What's the count?" "If we include the ones just found, there are 43 in total, but there are likely far more buried in the underground waterways." Despite both being cardinals, Sergius spoke to Yusha with formal language, his demeanor stiff. Yusha, on the other hand, accepted his formality as though it were the most natural thing. Neither found this dynamic uncomfortable. If anything, Sergius felt a peculiar sense of ease in this arrangement, as though it was how things should be. Perhaps that was why. "Cardinal Yusha, what is it? May I ask you a question?" For the first time, Sergius found himself asking something he had never dared to before. "What is it? Why did you let the chief cardinal go as far as he did without intervening?" Sergius knew the truth. He was aware that Yusha had long known what the chief cardinal was plotting. After all, a year ago, she had instructed him to investigate Anderd's activities in the underground waterways. Not only that, she had even orchestrated the theft of several abyssal cores they had been gathering in statues through him. In fact, the reason the machina that appeared a week ago had failed to stabilize into the form of an outer god and remained as unstable vines was due to the lack of abyssal cores. This meant that Yusha could have stopped the chief cardinal's plans long before they reached fruition. And so, unable to suppress his curiosity, Sergius had asked the question. Realizing he had overstepped, his face filled with panic. "Why didn't I stop it, you ask?" Yusha chuckled lightly, as though amused before responding. "Let me explain." She slowly opened a drawer in her desk. Wulong. From it, 9 abyssal cores brought by Sergius floated into the air. After inspecting the floating cores briefly, Yusha destroyed them without hesitation. Crack crackle. With a single motion, she shattered the abyssal cores, each worth a fortune on the black market, enough to require the sale of an entire fiefdom to purchase even one. After obliterating them, she spoke. "It wasn't to steal these." With a flick of her fingers, the shattered fragments fell to the office floor. "This trash has no value to me." Sergius, swallowing hard as he stared at the fragments, was startled when Yusha addressed him. "Hey, Sergius." "Yes." "Do you know what gods eat to grow?" "Gods eat." "Yes, all gods, including the great goddess Cyrenia." At Yusha's question, Sergius hesitantly answered. "A god is a complete and perfect being, is it not?" A cautious response. Yusha, smiling, shook her head. "No, that's not the case. Gods require 2 things, faith and reverence." "Faith and reverence." "Yes, and this time it was simply reverence from the people that was needed." As a deep smile spread across Yusha's lips, A vivid memory replayed in her mind. The scene from a week ago. Under the blue moon, Alon firing a lightning spear at the outer god. A moment more brilliant and beautiful than anything else. The magnificent image of the great moon. A sight that would never fade from anyone's memory. Her smile curved wider, her expression serene yet eerie. Reverence meant for him alone. Her eyes glinted with a dark amusement. Within the crimson depths of her gaze, the scene replayed over and over, the radiance, the grandeur, the awe of that moment. And that is the reason. With her answer, Sergius could do nothing but swallow dryly and nod. For in her eyes, a sharp and unmistakable madness shone, a dangerous glint that warned him never to overstep. Chapter 96. The office of Duke Comelin, part of the Ashtelin kingdom. Was the result successful? Yes, according to the reports. However, it seems there were some shortcomings. He was receiving a report from a dark elf. Shortcomings, what do you mean? To put it plainly, the manifestation was slightly imperfect compared to the flawless incarnation you originally desired. I suspect the lack of abyssal entities might be the reason. The lack of abyssal entities. Yes. At the dark elf's report, Duke Comelin let out a thoughtful hum and sank into contemplation. And there is one more thing to report. What is it this time? It is said that the one who dealt with the synthetic deity of the Holy Kingdom was none other than Marquis Palatio. Palatio again. Yes. At the dark elf's words, Duke Comelin chuckled dryly. Then, as if deep in thought, he eventually said, Understood for now. Yes. And make sure to inject a bit more of the abyssal essence into the experimental subjects currently under trial. With a casual wave of his hand, he signaled the dark elf to leave. The dark elf bowed slightly, then turned and disappeared. Paying no mind to the departing figure, Duke Comelin immersed himself in his thoughts. It's been a while. He suddenly spoke aloud. Despite no one being present, Duke Comelin greeted as if addressing someone. Yes, it has. With a faint sound of approval, someone stepped out of the darkness. From a place that had seemingly been empty moments before, a figure wearing a black sacred robe emerged as if they had been there all along. It's been a long time. The figure naturally seated themselves before the Duke. What brings you here? To Comelin's ensuing question, the figure leaned back in their chair. The reason for my visit, you already know, don't you? I was curious when you planned to act, so I came to find out. All the preparations are complete. Once we obtain what's in the jungle, we'll move. Comelin's response was dry. At that, the figure let out a contemplative hum, fixing their gaze on the Duke. A long silence followed, as the tension began to build naturally, nearing its peak. I see. The figure in the black sacred robe shrugged, dissipating the rising tension in the air. It's quite fascinating to think you can still manage so well as a human. The figure stood up and turned away. Well then, I'll take your word for it. I'll trust that before long, you'll bring about the great cause you envision. The figure in the black sacred robe cast a glance at the darkness in one corner of the office, then turned back to look at Duke Comelin. And the figure began walking into the shadows. Just in case, I should warn you, be cautious of that man. That man. You know who I'm talking about. Their voice carried a hint of amusement. Count Palatio, or should I say Marquis Palatio now. Leaving those words behind, the figure disappeared entirely into the darkness. Now alone in the office, Duke Comelin muttered quietly to himself. Marquis Palatio. He spoke the name softly. Having officially completed the conferment ceremony in the Holy Kingdom, Alon, who had now been elevated from Count Palatio to Marquis Palatio, was leisurely making his way to his newly established marquisate. Ordinarily, he would have headed straight to Turia after the ceremony. However, he decided it would be wiser to first drop off the gifts he had received from the Holy Kingdom. Alon turned to look behind him. Following him were several carriages, heavily loaded much like the ones he had received when leaving Colony. I never expected to receive something like this from the Holy Kingdom. Alon gazed at the carriages, laden with goods, and marveled. As far as he knew, completing quests for the Holy Kingdom in the game would reward you with skill books or sacred relics instead of material riches. Well, material rewards are much better. As Alon thought about the wealth that would soon fill the Marquisate's treasury, a smile crept onto his face. At that moment, he heard Evan's voice calling out to him. "Marquis." Evan seemed to have grown accustomed to the new title, addressing him without hesitation. Alon turned to respond. "What is it?" "I was just wondering, why does the Holy Kingdom hold a conferment ceremony in the first place?" "Well, you don't know either, Marquis." Alon thought for a moment before shrugging his shoulders. "It feels like more of a tradition that's been passed down over the years. I don't think there's much deeper meaning to it." "Is that so?" "At least, that's how I understand it." Of course, Alon didn't know much about the tradition himself. His response was based on a casual comment Yusha had made. "It's just a meaningless custom, but I'm glad I got to see you, my lord." "Honestly, it does feel a bit pointless." "I agree." Alon's gaze shifted toward the mercenary group up ahead. More specifically, his eyes landed on Mayan, who was leading at the front. The thought crossed his mind. Not long ago, she had cheerfully climbed into his carriage to chat, making the journey much less dull. But this time, she hadn't approached the carriage at all. And then, flinch. Whenever Alon's eyes happened to meet hers, she would startle, nod awkwardly with a strained smile, then quickly turn her gaze forward again, repeating the pattern over and over. What in the world did Yusha say to her? Alon could guess why she was acting this way. A few days ago, he had seen Mayan freeze up like a mouse cornered by a cat in front of Yusha. Even when he tried to ask what Yusha had said, curious as he was, Mayan would grit her teeth and insist in an unnaturally calm voice. She didn't say anything at all. By now, Alon had given up on figuring out what had transpired. Well, if asking only makes her more uncomfortable, I'd better just let it go. Letting out a light sigh, Alon leaned back in the carriage, almost reclining. It was a leisurely afternoon under a clear blue sky. About 2 weeks later, Alon arrived at the Palacio Marquisate. After parting ways with Mayan and resting for a day, he promptly set off for Turia. Having passed the now familiar scenery, he found himself within the royal capital and was granted an audience with Critenia Cian. This time, however, the meeting took place not in the audience chamber, but in Critenia Cian's personal office. "I greet your majesty," Alon said with a bow. "Raise your head." A voice answered immediately. As Alon slowly raised his head, the interior of Cian's office came into view. Simple. The room was remarkably modest. Though the furniture was clearly of high quality, it was far more understated compared to the opulent office of the King of Colony that Alon had seen before. He couldn't help but glance around for a moment. "I heard you saved the Holy Kingdom," Cian said. "That's an exaggeration." "Is that so? Then why is there no controversy about it?" "Ah, but first have a seat." "Then it must be a bit uncomfortable kneeling, after all." At her words, Alon cautiously rose and sat in the chair placed before the desk in her office, meeting Cian's gaze. With her golden eyes, a characteristic of the Asterian royal family, Cian spoke. "Well, to continue, there's no need to feign humility. While humility is indeed a necessary virtue when taken to extremes, it can become a hindrance. Then I'll refrain from unnecessary modesty. Do so. Cian smiled in satisfaction, resting her chin on her hand as she studied the Marquis intently. After a moment, she seemed to remember something. Ah. She retrieved something from one side of her desk and handed it to Alon. This is. Don't you like sweet potatoes? Pardon. Do you dislike them? No, not at all. I do like them. Take it. With a bewildered expression, Alon accepted the sweet potato. For a moment, he wondered if he had ever mentioned liking sweet potatoes to anyone. Shaking off the thought, he focused on Cian's next words. To be honest, the usual routine would be to conduct a formal ceremony in the audience chamber and then send you on your way. But do you know why I specifically called you here? As someone in service to your Majesty, my insight into such matters may be insufficient. There's no need for such formalities. In other words, you don't know. That's correct. At Alon's response, Cian nodded and said, It's nothing particularly significant. I called you here just to have a chat. The favor I'm about to ask is simpler than you might expect. May I ask what it is that your Majesty wishes of me? A month from now, there will be a conference of the Allied Kingdoms. A conference? Yes, essentially a continuation of the discussions held last time. I'd like you to accompany me as an aide. Is that possible? Alon fell silent for a moment before nodding. It is possible. To be honest, participating in the conference wasn't a bad opportunity for him. The center of the Allied nations, Turn, was a place restricted to administrators except during central conferences. It was also home to places like the Magic Society, where he could potentially obtain valuable items. Even so, he was curious why Cian had chosen him specifically as her aide. Although puzzled, he decided not to ask. After all, in this world, if the king orders, you follow without question. That was the law and the undeniable truth. Your prompt answer is appreciated, Cian said with a satisfied nod. Now eat it. Eat what? The sweet potato. Yes. Eat the sweet potato. Do you not intend to? No, I will eat it, but here. Yes, where else would you eat it? I'll eat it here then. Though Alon had no idea why she was insisting on this, he nodded and began eating the sweet potato right in front of her. Of course, he barely tasted it. A few days later, as word began to spread that Marquis Palacio would be attending the Allied Kingdoms conference as Critenia Cian's aide, two individuals reacted to the news more strongly than anyone else. One of them was Guild Leader. What is it? I have good news. What is it? It's about the Allied Kingdoms conference that you've been requested to attend. Ah, did they cancel it? The speaker was Xiaoring, who was sprawled out in the guild leader's office. No, it hasn't been canceled. Then it's not good news. I told you I didn't want to go. But we've received significant aid from the kingdom, haven't we? Doesn't matter, I still don't want to go. Letting out a long sigh, Xiaoring slouched even more, her entire body radiating the message, I really hate this. Still, I do have genuinely good news. What is it? Marquis Palacio will also be attending the conference. Seriously? At the secretary's words, Xiaoreng's previously drooping tail began wagging cheerfully. The other person to react was Commander. What is it, Vice Commander? I thought you should know, just in case. Did you hear that Marquis Palacio will be attending the conference you declined to join? What did you say? The speaker was Deus, who had been focused on training after declining the kingdom's request to attend the conference. Is that true? Yes, Marquis Palacio is confirmed to attend. I'm heading to the kingdom immediately. Then I'll prepare, wait, Commander, at least change into proper attire. Without waiting, Deus bolted toward the royal capital in his training clothes. His violet eyes gleamed with determination. Chapter 97. The king of the colony, Carmex's III, wore a deeply troubled expression. The reason for his headache stood proudly before him, the colony's first Baba Yaga, Sialrang. So, Carmaxes unknowingly dragged out his words as he pondered what to say next. After a brief hesitation, he continued. You're saying you want to attend the conference as an aide? Yup. Sialrang nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, Carmaxes let out a heavy sigh. This was the same Sialrang who had always insisted that, come what may, she would never set foot in a conference like this. And now she wanted to go as an aide. What on earth had brought about this change? Of course, there was no issue with Sialrang accompanying him as an aide. In fact, it was an opportunity too good to pass up for Carmaxes. The Allied Kingdoms conference was not just a meeting. It was also, as always, a subtle power struggle among the Allied nations. That was precisely why Carmaxes had considered bringing her along in the first place. However, there was one problem. Didn't you say before that you'd never go? Carmaxes had already heard from Sialrang herself that she'd rather die than attend such a conference. Because of this, he had promised to take someone else as his aide, the colony's second Baba Yaga, Macria. My mind's changed, Sialrang replied. Do you absolutely have to go? Carmaxes asked cautiously. Yes, I have to. Are you sure? Absolutely. Her firm and unyielding tone left no room for negotiation. Carmaxes felt at a loss. Frankly, it wasn't an easy decision. Sure, taking Sialrang would be much more advantageous for Carmaxes. However, breaking his promise to the second Baba Yaga, who had already agreed to serve as his aide, would undoubtedly cause problems. Of course, if he were to disregard the position of aide, bringing both Baba Yagas wouldn't be an issue, but that would create complications of its own. In essence, attending a conference as an aide carried a certain level of prestige. Macria, the second Baba Yaga, had likely agreed to the role for that very reason. If Sialrang were to accompany them now, even if Macria was formally appointed as the aide, the attention would inevitably shift to the first Baba Yaga. After all, Sialrang was an unparalleled force, her strength unmatched by anyone. In short, Macria would undoubtedly feel slighted, her dissatisfaction boiling over. How about attending the next conference instead? Carmaxes suggested, regretting that he hadn't addressed this sooner. Oh, the moment the question left his mouth. I said I want to go. The playful wagging of her tail from just moments ago vanished, replaced by a frosty demeanor that sent chills through anyone who saw her. As you wish, Carmaxes replied reluctantly. He had no choice but to agree. HMPH tilde. Wearing a satisfied expression as if she had gained everything she wanted, Sialrang hummed a tune as she exited the royal palace. Watching her retreating figure, Carmaxes rubbed his tired eyes. Today feels like a day for some magical herbs, he thought briefly to himself. Meanwhile, so you're saying you want to attend the conference? Yes, Your Majesty. But the third sword was already assigned to go to the conference. I would like to go, Your Majesty. It's already a settled matter, though. I still want to go. A similar scene was unfolding in Caliban. King Pomerian IV of Caliban looked visibly perplexed as he turned to Deus Macalian and asked, Didn't you decline before, saying you didn't have time? Echoing the same words as a certain king from the desert, Pomerian IV seemed taken aback. I have managed to make time, Deus Macalian replied casually, as though he had simply changed his mind. Faced with Deus' light-hearted change of stance, Pomerian IV closed his mouth, unsure of what to say. It wasn't as though he didn't want to bring Deus along. The king was well aware that the Allied Kingdoms Conference, in name a diplomatic meeting, was in truth a stage for subtle yet intense power struggles. However, Deus had already declined the role of aide, leading Pomeranian IV to appoint the third sword to the position instead. For Pomeranian IV, Deus' request now felt burdensome. Even as king, he couldn't simply overturn decisions as he pleased. In fact, he knew better than anyone that the higher one's position, the more strictly they had to uphold commitments. A king must inspire trust in their subjects, after all. After a long moment of deliberation, Pomeranian IV finally spoke. "Regrettably, I cannot grant your request." "Why not?" "Because I've already made my promise." "With the third sword, I presume." "Yes." As he nodded, continuing his conversation with Deus, Pomeranian IV began to faintly grasp the reason behind Deus' sudden interest in the conference. "It's because of Count, no, now Marquis Palacio, isn't it?" The news that the Marquis Palacio from the Kingdom of Asteria would be attending the conference as an aide must have spurred Deus to come running. It was somewhat amusing to admire someone so much. Pomeranian IV knew all too well how deeply Deus Macallion revered Marquis Palacio. How could he not? At the regular Five Swords meetings held every few months, the moment the word mage was mentioned, Deus would inevitably bring up, no, sing praises of Marquis Palacio. At one point, the newly appointed fourth sword had grown so fed up with Deus' repetitive stories about the Marquis that they made a dismissive comment about him. That ended in a duel where the fourth sword was beaten within an inch of their life. As such, anyone who knew Deus Macallion was well aware of his reverence for Marquis Palacio. It was also widely rumored that one should never even utter the word mage in Deus' presence. King Pomeranian, while somewhat worried about how Deus might react if he pushed too hard, was caught off guard when Deus simply nodded and stepped back. "I understand." Pomeranian couldn't help but show a surprised expression. He had expected Deus to resort to something, or perhaps anything, to secure the aide position. However, Deus instead bowed politely and said, "Since the decision has already been made, it would be improper for me to insist further. Thank you for understanding." "It's nothing, Your Majesty." Deus courteously excused himself and left the room, leaving Pomeranian IV momentarily bewildered. But exactly one day later, Pomeranian received an audience request from the third sword, who was scheduled to attend the conference as his aide. "I greet the ruler of Caliban and the master of its 5 great swords." "Yes, what brings you here?" "Forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty, but may I resign from the position of aide?" "Suddenly?" "Yes." "Why?" "Well, I feel as though my sword is not yet sharp enough to properly serve Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Pomeranian IV was struck by a flash of realization, recalling the events of the previous day. "I cannot grant your request." "Not?" "Because I've already made my promise." "With the third sword, I presume." "Yes." It didn't take long for him to piece together what had happened. "Understood," Pomeranian finally said. "Thank you, Your Majesty." And so that day, Caliban's aide for the conference was replaced. 3 weeks later, after barely 2 weeks of rest, Alon found himself back in Tyria, heading to turn with Cretinia Cian for the conference. During the brief period of respite, Alon had come to understand why Cretinia Cian had chosen him as her aide. A power struggle, huh? Recalling what Evan had told him, Alon continued to mull over the situation. Sure, whenever people with power gather, petty contests of strength are practically inevitable. Still, why was I chosen for this? Or maybe I am the right choice. Objectively speaking, Alon's track record was rather impressive, so he could understand why he had been chosen. Of course, it was all superficial. In reality, he was a half-baked mage whose tiny mana core made him incapacitated after just a few spells. Well, it's a win-win in the end. Cretinius Cian would leverage Alon's reputation, and Alon would obtain the item he could only get by entering turn. About a week later, they reached their destination. Oh! In the distance stood a massive castle, built solely for the royal families of the allied kingdoms to use as a meeting venue. Alon marveled silently at the sight. Nestled in the middle of an expansive plain, the outer castle had a certain charm, and its exterior was undeniably impressive. Although it resembled a fortress of iron and blood more than a meeting hall, it was still striking. Before long, Alon arrived at the castle. The meeting is in the evening, so take some time to relax in the banquet hall, Cian instructed. Understood, Alon replied with a nod and made his way to the hall. Surprisingly, there aren't many people here. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Alon glanced around at the quiet interior, briefly pondering the lack of activity. Shrugging, he began to snack on the array of desserts laid out before him. Ideally, he would have preferred to get moving and secure the item he was after. Unfortunately, due to its nature, the item could only be obtained at night. Delicious. As he indulged in the sweetness of an egg tart, savoring the flavor, a voice called out to him. "Excuse me, are you Marquis Palacio?" Turning toward the voice, Alon saw a man standing nearby. He had striking red hair, a cross-shaped earring on one ear, and a sword at his waist, a textbook example of a dashing figure. "Yes, I am. Who are you?" "Oh, it really is you. What an honor to meet you." The man beamed and introduced himself. "I am Filion, eldest of the ducal house of Merkilion in the kingdom of Ashtalon." "Filion, the swordmaster of Ashtalon." "Oh, you know of me. It's an honor to be recognized by someone as famous as you. It seems I've gained a bit of renown myself," Filion said with a cheerful laugh. Watching the lively man, Alon thought to himself, "Well, it's not so much because you're famous. I already knew about you." Alon was familiar with him, Filion Merkilion, the youngest swordmaster in the kingdom of Ashtalon, and a character who eventually joined the player as an ally in Asterisk Psychedelia. "You're well known, the youngest swordmaster of your kingdom after all." "Thank you for the praise, but—" As seen, Filion's personality was as cheerful and straightforward as it appeared. True to his role as an ally in the game, he had no hidden agenda and was refreshingly pleasant to interact with. However, there was one drawback. "You seem weaker than I expected, Marquis." The character's design clearly emphasized that all their talent and focus were concentrated on swordsmanship. As a result, their interpersonal and social skills were almost hopelessly lacking. "That's strange. You should be much stronger than this," Filion said, his words blunt and direct, reflecting the thought clearly written on his face. To top it off, he also had a rather strong competitive streak. HMPH. Alon, however, fully understood that Filion had no ill intent. Filion Merkilion wasn't the kind of person to mock or ridicule someone. Whether it's because he's incapable of malice or just not clever enough to think of it, who knows? Regardless, the sincerity in his tone made it clear there was no hostility. Alon briefly pondered how to respond to such innocent bluntness when— "What did you just say?" "Huh." A voice from behind caught both of them off guard, making Alon instinctively turn around. The sight before him made his eyes widen in surprise. Ciarang and Deus. There they stood, Ciarang and Deus, both visibly furious. Their expressions left no doubt about their mood, and they were glaring directly at Filion. Chapter 98. Micardo had returned to the Magic Tower for the first time in nearly 2 years. Initially, He had planned to leave the tower immediately after taking care of a few matters. The reason was simple. 3 years ago, he had discovered a fascinating magical structure. It was something that appeared to date back to the forgotten era of gods, something so extraordinary that it might potentially help him break through the barrier of the 8th tier and ascend to the next level. Thus, Micardo, who had been tirelessly traveling across the Empire's territories, excluding the currently inaccessible imperial zones, intended to only gather the necessary items and leave once again. "Tower Master, I have some interesting news," one of the professors from the Blue Tower said, approaching him. "What kind of news?" "It seems someone has fallen for the Deputy Tower Master." "Oh." If it weren't for the fact that the news came from a Professor Micardo was close to, he might not have paid it much mind. "Tell me more," Micardo said, intrigued. The professor began recounting the events in detail, explaining everything that had transpired. "That's how it is." "Oh." As soon as the professor finished, Selim Micardo nodded repeatedly, a look of growing interest on his face. Then, in a voice tinged with curiosity, he asked, "But in the end, doesn't this mean Pena denied it completely?" "Well, that is true. However, don't they say that a strong denial often implies a strong affirmation?" "A strong denial is a strong affirmation." Selim stroked his beard and thought. Could that be true for Pena? Unconsciously, he began picturing Pena in his mind. She was undoubtedly a brilliant pupil, someone even Selim himself, a recognized genius, could not help but acknowledge. However, she had a fiery, headstrong personality and an underlying sense of superiority that made her difficult to deal with. Thinking about it further, he realized that if anyone could act in such a way, it might indeed be Pena. It was entirely possible that she would dismiss even natural emotions like affection as a loss, if she admitted to them first. Indeed, if it's Pena, that could very well be the case. Right. Yes. Selim nodded in agreement, recalling Pena's unwavering determination to win no matter the cost. Even if she denied it vehemently, her pride made it likely that she would never willingly admit to such feelings. Of course, if Pena had overheard this conversation, she might have erupted in fury, unleashing magic across the entire tower. But oblivious to that possibility, Selim mulled something over before speaking again. "In that case, should I do something to help?" "Well, I suppose that wouldn't be a bad idea." At the professor's suggestion, Selim let out a thoughtful hum and began to consider. For someone like him, who spent his entire life immersed in magic and had little interest in anything else, the idea of his headstrong, prideful student developing a romantic attachment was undeniably amusing. Pena having someone she admires, come to think of it, haven't they been entangled for a long time? Selim dredged up an old memory he had almost forgotten due to his relentless pursuit of magical studies. If I remember correctly, wasn't it that noble who eliminated the poem? Yes, I distinctly recall Pena looking unusually dejected back then. As he revisited these long-buried memories, Selim, a detached middle-aged observer, found the situation increasingly entertaining. With a smile that suggested he had made up his mind, he said, "In that case, I might as well lend a hand in my own way. I'll meet them first and see how things go." He smiled, as if he had decided on a course of action. Meanwhile, Pena, unaware of the Tower Master's quiet arrival, was in the middle of yet another outburst. "What again?" "Why, yes. Lost again, another one." "Well, I checked everything thoroughly, and everything was fine until departure." "I told you to check every single day." "I did, of course, every single day. But when we arrived at the tower today, it suddenly vanished." "How does that even make sense?" 3 months into a streak of repeated item losses, Pena's mental fortitude was on the verge of complete collapse. Lug! Her frustration erupted, and as her anger flared to its peak, an image of an expressionless man briefly crossed her mind. Lug! She screamed in exasperation. The weather outside the window remained bright and sunny. Not long after, Alan, who was bewildered by the sudden appearance of Sialring and Deus, barely had time to process the situation before another voice interrupted. Oh! Filion Merquillin, who appeared behind Alan, momentarily wore a confused expression before his face lit up with recognition. Wow, no way. Are you the first Sword of Caliban and the first Baba Yaga of Colony? Despite the grim expressions on Deus and Sialrang's faces, Filion beamed with excitement and opened his mouth as if to confirm. I've always wanted to meet you both. This is fantastic. A cheerful smile spread across his face. However, when he noticed that their expressions hadn't softened in the slightest, Filion looked puzzled. What's wrong? It was then that Deus, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Didn't you say that Marquis Palacio, our benefactor, was weak? Yes. Marquis Palacio is not weak. Is that so? Filion glanced slyly at Alan before turning back and replying. From what I see, he seems weak. Do you want to die? At that moment, Deus exuded a chillingly murderous aura. Isn't this a bit much? Surprisingly, it was Filion who was taken aback by the reaction, but Alan. Sure, hearing someone call you weak wasn't exactly pleasant, but it didn't seem severe enough to warrant such a deadly response. Isn't this going a little too far? Just as Alan was about to step in and calm the situation, Filion interrupted. Well, perhaps I'm wrong, but I'd like to spar with the first Sword of Caliban to confirm. Would that be possible? If Deus wins, I'll admit that Marquis Palacio is strong without question. Fine. Before Alan could finish his sentence, both men moved simultaneously, heading out of the banquet hall without hesitation. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Although the duel was ostensibly to protect Alan's honor, he had no say in the matter. Now, as he walked towards the dueling grounds, a swishing tail followed close by. Aid huh? Yup, I wasn't planning on coming, but when I heard my mentor would be here, I decided to show up. Sialring grinned cheerfully as if to say, aren't I amazing? Hearing the reason for Sialring and Deus's presence, Alan couldn't help but nod in agreement. It made sense for both of them to attend the meeting. After all, Deus was the first Sword of Caliban, and Sialring was the first Baba Yaga of the Desert City colony. Still, one part nagged at him. Is it really okay to stir up this kind of commotion? He glanced ahead at Deus and Filion, who were preparing for their duel. Although the banquet hall was relatively empty, meaning there wasn't much of an audience, the fact that aides were openly engaging in a duel could spark some controversy regardless of the circumstances. Initially, he had considered stepping in to prevent it. However, the timing was poor. Engrossed in conversation with Sialring, he had already reached the dueling grounds, where the two combatants had drawn their swords, ready to begin. The chance to intervene had unfortunately passed. So Alan reasoned to himself. Well, it's just a duel. It probably won't cause too much of an uproar. With that, he decided to sit back and watch the duel unfold while quietly mulling over his thoughts. Who will win? No, Alan quickly revised his question. How long can he hold out? While he was aware that both were swordmasters, the outcome seemed obvious. Even among swordmasters, there were tiers of skill. Deus, who had defeated even Reinhardt, wasn't going to lose to Filion, a newly ascended swordmaster. He's probably not thinking about winning, or is he? Filion's eyes, brimming with competitiveness and an unyielding fighting spirit, were fixed on Deus. Seeing this, Alan found himself nodding unconsciously. Filion was displaying exactly the kind of determination Alan had witnessed back in Psychedelia, a refusal to surrender, no matter how overwhelming the disparity in skill. He would fight to the bitter end, clinging to the slimmest chance of victory until his last breath. It was one thing to see this in games, but in reality his personality is unique. As Alan observed Filion's blazing resolve, the rules of the duel were declared. The rules are simple. The duel continues until one side admits defeat. When this dagger hits the ground, the match will begin. With a calm smile, Filion tossed a dagger from his belt high into the air. The blade gleamed against the soft hues of the setting sun as it spun and fell. Then, thud, as the dagger's hilt struck the ground. Crack! The duel was over. What? Filion, stunned, took a moment to realize his situation. He found himself sprawled awkwardly on the ground, utterly defeated without even understanding what had happened. As his vision cleared, he looked ahead and saw Deus Macalion. The swordmaster stood there, sword in hand, gazing down at him. Filion's confusion gave way to pain as he became aware of the ache in his cheek. Then it dawned on him. He had lost. Not only that, he hadn't even managed to swing his sword once. He couldn't do anything at all. Huh. Filion let out a hollow laugh, the weight of his defeat sinking in. Had it been anyone else, they might have reacted in one of two ways. Most would have collapsed in despair, overwhelmed by how effortlessly their hard-earned swordsmanship had been rendered meaningless. Others would have denied reality, deifying Deus Macalion as an unattainable existence and rationalizing their loss as inevitable. They would cling to self-justifications to shield themselves from the crushing weight of failure. Because without such defenses, they would break. But, Filion didn't crumble, nor did he deny reality. Instead, he chose a third path. Wow, honestly, I'm at a loss for words. Determination. Even after being defeated in a single strike, realizing he wasn't even close to being a match for Deus, Filion reignited his fighting spirit and raised his sword again. As Filion's blood boiled with determination. What is this? Alan, observing from the sidelines, turned to Deus with a look of disbelief. He had known. He knew Deus was strong enough to defeat Reinhardt. But even so, the idea of Deus dispatching Filion, who was stronger than most swordmasters, in a single instant was beyond his imagination. Is this talent? For a moment, Alan was speechless, marveling at Deus's absurd strength, a power that seemed to have surpassed the limits of humanity in just a few years. Then, his expression softened with pride. While part of him, as someone who could barely muster a single magic spell, envied Deus's overwhelming talent, another part of him felt like a proud father watching his child achieve greatness. However, his attention soon shifted. Now it was Filion who earned his admiration. But despite being defeated 5 times in a row, each loss coming from a single strike, Filion kept getting back up, refusing to yield. By the 5th bout, still more. Alan could see the fiery determination shining in Filion's eyes. By the 10th bout, not yet. By the 15th bout, wow, you're really strong. By the 20th bout, wait a second. For the first time, Filion raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. But Deus, without a word, sent him flying once again. No, hold on. Crack. Wait. Thwack. Let me. Crack. By the time they had fought 30 more rounds, with Filion unable to utter a full sentence between blows, Alan finally stepped in. Deus, I think it's time to stop now. Understood. Or rather, Alan had to interrupt when Filion's determination finally gave out, and the duel devolved into a one-sided beating. By then, Alon saw something shocking. The ever-determined Filion, who, even in the face of overwhelming disparity, would fight until his last breath as if programmed to never give up. "I'm so sorry, I was completely wrong. I'll never do this again, I swear." Had utterly broken. That night at the Allied Kingdoms Assembly of the Six Kings. "So, where is your brilliant swordmaster, the one you were boasting about so much?" The him. Alon, standing behind Crytenia Cian, caught sight of King Talion V of Ashtalon wearing a deeply displeased expression, his brow furrowed. As their eyes met, Alon quickly averted his gaze, unable to hold the king's reproachful stare. Chapter 99. The United Kingdom is comprised of 8 nations, 3 duchies, and 4 cities. However, only 5 nations serve as the core participants in the coalition and are allowed to attend this council. The Kingdom of Asteria, the Kingdom of Ashtalon, the Kingdom of Caliban, the Kingdom of Colony, the Kingdom of Raxas. While the Holy Kingdom of Rosario could technically participate in the council, it has refrained from doing so for a long time. Even when they attended in the past, it was only under pressing circumstances, and even then, it was representatives below the Pope who appeared. As such, the 5 core nations were effectively the heart of the United Kingdom. That issue isn't something we can handle on our side. You're saying that, even though 30% of the monsters crossing the borders come from your region, are you seriously suggesting we just let that slide? Shouldn't we strive for coexistence? After all, some of those trade goods. The kings seated at the table exchanged greetings briefly before diving into discussions about national policies, so intricate that even Alon couldn't fully grasp them. What he did understand was that everyone was striving to secure political gains from this council. Allies and enemies shift with every topic change, Alon mused. When discussing the first agenda, the Kingdom of Asteria and the Kingdom of Caliban were allies, but with the second topic, they became adversaries as if by magic. On the third agenda, they were back to being allies. Observing this political theater, Alon couldn't help but think. If that's the case, can there truly be such a thing as an incompetent king? He glanced at Carmax's III, who had appeared at a previous gathering. Gone was the jovial, slightly absent-minded demeanor he had shown back then. Instead, he was now deeply engrossed in the political exchange, unwavering and precise. There may be emotional kings, but there are no foolish ones. Alon marveled at how quickly topics reached resolutions and transitioned into new ones, though he could barely keep up. "All right, let's call it a day. After all, we'll be seeing each other for the next 3 days anyway." Thus, the first day of the council concluded. Afterward, "Good work," said Cian. "Not at all," Alon replied, shaking his head. Truthfully, he hadn't exerted himself much. His role as an attendant was simply to sit in on the discussions and listen to the kings. He hadn't actively contributed to anything. "What did you think?" she asked. "About what specifically?" "The council." At her question, Alon paused briefly, pretending to contemplate. In truth, he hadn't understood much of anything. It wasn't that the language was incomprehensible, but rather he couldn't unravel the layered political undertones embedded in their words. Instead, Alon found himself observing Cian. Her demeanor at this council was markedly different from how she had been portrayed in the Psychedelia game. In Psychedelia, she was described as a ruler too lazy to govern, leaving everything to the nobles, and that description seemed accurate. Yet here she was, participating in the political tug-of-war, if not as adeptly as the other kings. "I'm sorry, but it's not my place to judge," Alon finally answered, glossing over his ignorance. At his vague response, Cian chuckled softly. "You're being modest." Her amused tone implied she saw right through him. Hiding his discomfort behind a neutral expression, Alon remained silent. Well, no matter. It's fine since I have an additional favor to ask of you. A favor, Alon echoed. Yes. What is it? At his question, Cian revealed her request. If you don't mind, could you visit Rono Valley? Rono Valley. Yes, are you familiar with it? I am. Rono Valley. While Alon had never visited the place in this world, he knew it well. It was a location he frequented often in Psychedelia, and one he had planned to visit as soon as the council concluded. There, you'll find the ruins of Malacca. The ruins of Malacca. Yes, you just need to visit there. At her words, Alon paused in silence before asking, is there someone there I need to deliver a message to? Or perhaps an item I'm supposed to retrieve? No, you just need to go and come back. Just go and come back. That's right. Alon was puzzled by the cryptic instruction from the Queen. Well, once you're there, you'll understand why I've asked this. Starting from the third day of the council, you don't need to follow me around. Move as you see fit. Leaving Alon with a simple take some rest, Cian departed with her attendants, returning to her quarters. For a while, Alon stood in place, his expression subtly perplexed. Back in his room, Alon sat by the window, staring blankly into the distance. He was suddenly reminded of a comment he had once heard from an observer. Do you find it beautiful? Unintentionally, Alon glanced up at the sky. The dark night was painted with countless stars, forming a shimmering Milky Way. Some stars blazed brightly beside the moon, while others, small yet distinct, twinkled steadily. Thinking back, the observer had such a strangely bittersweet expression. What could have caused it? Lost in thought, Alon was abruptly startled. Master! A familiar face suddenly appeared outside the window, startling him. He struggled to calm his racing heart. Sialring. Yes, master. You scared me. No way, master, you didn't look scared at all. But Alon was genuinely startled. Still, he chose to move the conversation along. So what brings you here? No real reason. I just came to see you. Just because. Yup, I missed you. Sialring grinned brightly, wagging her tail like an eager puppy greeting its master, sitting casually on the window ledge. Is that a problem? Not exactly. Alon shifted his gaze toward the crescent moon peeking between the stars, briefly pondering. After a moment, he spoke. I'm heading somewhere now. Want to come along? Sure. Without asking where they were headed, Sialring leapt down from the ledge, performing an elegant spin before landing lightly on the ground. Watching her, Alon rose from his seat. He hesitated briefly, as the place he was heading contained an item unique to Turn, but, well, it shouldn't matter. She'll keep the secret if I explain it. Traveling with Sialring wouldn't cause any problems, Alon decided. However, where we're going is a secret. A secret? Yes. Just the two of us. That's right. Wow. Why the reaction? It's great. Sialring repeated the word two several times, beaming as she spun her tail like a windmill and perked up her ears. Watching her cheerful reaction, Alon inwardly smiled fondly before stepping out. Alon's destination was Turn's underground prison. The place was pitch black, without even magical lamps to illuminate the path. As he prepared to cast a spell to light the way, Sialring chimed in. Want me to light it up, master? You can do that. Of course. With a crackling sound, Sialring summoned lightning, and a brilliant light illuminated their surroundings. How that? I didn't know you could do that. Together, they ventured deeper into the underground prison, eventually reaching its end. It should be around here somewhere. Examining the wall, Alan began touching the bricks. Soon, he noticed one that moved unusually loosely. Pressing it precisely, he activated the hidden mechanism. And then, rumble, rumble, rumble. With a mechanical sound, the bricks that had formed a solid wall just moments ago began to shift, one by one, clearing a path. Whoa! Xiaoreng gasped in amazement as the bricks snapped into place like a machine, forming a doorway. Even Alan, who had seen this scene countless times in the game, couldn't help but feel an adventurer's thrill as he witnessed it unfold in real life. Boom! With a final loud noise, the door was complete. Stepping inside, they found themselves in a cavern illuminated by a radiant green glow, its beauty breathtaking. "We have to go a bit further," Alan said. "Okay," Xiaoreng replied eagerly. They began walking deeper into the cave. After what felt like about 10 minutes to Alan, they reached the end of the cavern, a spacious chamber bathed in the green light. A human. In the chamber stood a tiny fairy, about the size of a child, clad in shimmering blue garments. She looked at Alan with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. Alan let out a soft sigh. "It's Tovet, just my luck." The artifact hidden within Turn's underground prison, the Wandering One's hand, was guarded by 5 fairies who took turns standing watch every 2 days. To acquire the artifact, Alan would have to pass a test administered by whichever fairy was on duty when he arrived. And today, it was Tovet, whose test was infamous for its difficulty. Strictly speaking, the test itself wasn't particularly complex. It was a game of tag. The problem was that Tovet's speed was beyond absurd. She could outrun not only swordmasters, but even mages who could chain blink spells. In game terms, while a player could typically move about 8 spaces per turn unless they used special skills, Tovet could move a staggering 106 spaces per turn. It's not just about catching her. You also have to evade her for over a minute. Realistically, it's almost impossible. Even in the game, her trial wasn't meant to be overcome straightforwardly. Instead, players were encouraged to use fairy honey from Rono Valley as bait to distract her. Why couldn't it have been Geppetto or Camita? No, anyone but Tovet would have been fine. Alan quickly decided to abandon any hopes of obtaining the artifact today. With 3 days left until the council ended, he could return tomorrow or the day after, when a different fairy would be on duty. Turning to Xiaoreng, he said, "Let's go." "Okay." Without questioning his decision, Xiaoreng nodded readily. You came all the way here for treasure, didn't you? And now you're just leaving. What a coward." The blue fairy sneered, her tone laced with mockery, as if taken aback by their sudden departure. Alan chose not to respond. He knew engaging with Tovet would only amuse her and waste time. Tusk. Humans, always gobbling up whatever they want without an ounce of determination. You're no better than goblins. Frustrated by Alan's calm retreat, Tovet continued her provocations, clearly disappointed that her game of tag wouldn't take place. Though Alan ignored her, Xiaoreng couldn't. "Hey, what did you just say? Why was I wrong? What did you say about my master?" "Master? Oh, you mean the coward who's running away without even trying the trial." Tovet smirked. "I called him a coward." As if delighted by her own taunt, Tovet's mocking grin widened, fully expecting her words to rile Xiaoreng. And indeed, Xiaoreng's expression made it clear she was ready to take the bait. "If you want to prove me wrong, why don't you face me in a game of tag?" Tovet vanished in a blur, her movements so fast they seemed to defy sight, her voice echoing with smug amusement. "But I wonder, can you even touch the tip of my wing?" Before Alan could attempt to stop her from escalating, he suddenly saw something that made him freeze. Crackle! A golden flash streaked across the chamber, bright and violent. Eck! In an instant, Tovette found herself caught. Xiaoreng's hand gripped the fairy's neck tightly, holding her in place. Tovette's wide eyes reflected her shock. Talk! Xiaoreng's golden eyes burned with fury as she glared inches from Tovette's face. What did you just say? Chapter 100. I'm so sorry. Alan couldn't say anything as he looked at Tovette, who had her head hung low with a tearful expression. To be fair, even Alan hadn't anticipated this situation at all. Is this even possible? Alan stared blankly at Xiaoreng, who was beaming with a radiant smile, as if seeking praise, completely different from the menacing golden eyes she'd shown earlier. No, but seriously, how did she catch him? Alan couldn't stop marveling at the scene in front of him. It was an utterly unbelievable feat. Capturing Tovette was, in essence, an impossible task. After all, Tovette was akin to a game character capable of moving over 100 spaces in a single turn. How did you catch him? The question slipped out before he even realized it. Xiaoreng, tilting her head innocently, replied without hesitation. I just caught him. Her answer was far too casual. Though, well, it's technically true, Alan thought, but a lot of details are missing. No, seriously, what on earth? Sure, Alan had already learned from prior experience that Xiaoreng was fast, but this was beyond his imagination. At this rate, she could probably cross the desert in less than 2 days. No, more than that, she's already way past ordinary levels just like Deus. He found himself marveling once again at the talents of the 5 great sins. Now that I think about it, she wasn't strong because a god descended upon her. She was just born like this, was she? As he pondered this, Alan couldn't help but feel a bit pathetic about his own small, powerless body. But he quickly shook off his gloom and turned his attention back to Tovette. After all, the current situation was still unfolding. Tovette, whose neck had been grabbed in an instant, and who had been threatened by Xiaoreng, seemed utterly shaken with fear. Seeing her terrified expression, Alan asked, "Does this count as capturing you?" "It counts." "It counts." With a furtive glance at the smiling Xiaoreng, Tovette hung her head in resignation. "So, now we're the ones who need to run, right?" Oh yes." Tovette nodded hesitantly, her movements awkward and uncertain. "Xiaoreng, can you handle it?" "Of course, master, I'm super fast." Xiaoreng puffed up with confidence, placing her hands on her hips. Alan glanced at Tovette, who looked nervous. "Then let's begin." "Yes, when the hourglass above my head flips, we'll start. You have 1 minute to run." Despite Tovette's timid demeanor, Alan felt a rising tension. On the surface, Tovette looked like a young girl who hadn't fully grown, but in truth, she was a fairy who had lived for hundreds of years. And as fairies could resurrect even after death, threats to her life didn't intimidate her. Alan, knowing this, suspected Tovette's fear was merely an act to catch them off guard. He carefully observed the fairy, whose hourglass placed at the center of the arena began to flip and count down. As expected, Alan noticed the subtle upward curve at the corner of Tovette's lips, belying her frightened eyes. It was a wicked, sly smile. Xiaoreng, who had been watching Tovette intently, suddenly called out, "Master, what is it? If I get caught, can we try again?" "Try again?" Alan glanced at the hourglass, now turned 90 degrees, and replied, Probably." So we can try again." "Yes." Alan nodded, recalling the rule that fairies must always accept challenges from humans. And the moment the hourglass completed its rotation, and the trial officially began, Tovette didn't move. Neither did Xiaoreng. Are they moving too fast for my eyes to follow? Without realizing it, Alan had briefly entertained a peculiar thought, but, of course, It wasn't true. The two of them, Tovet and Xiaoring, truly hadn't moved at all. Confused, Alan could only furrow his brow in disbelief. Yet even as they stood still, the sand in the hourglass continued to fall steadily. 1 minute later. Wow, I won. Alan turned to see Xiaoring raising both arms in triumph, shouting gleefully. Beside her, Tovet hung her head low, her face slightly pale as though still reeling from whatever had just transpired. That day, Alan obtained the artifact known as the Hand of the Wandering One. Thanks to you, he said to Xiaoreng. For Master, I'd do anything. Radiating confidence and pride, Xiaoreng's demeanor made Alan feel a warm sense of gratitude. If there's anything you want, I'll grant it. Really? Of course, well within reason. If it's too difficult, I'll have to think about it. Tilda, then, can I take some time to think it over? Go ahead. They exchanged light-hearted banter as they left the arena. As they approached the entrance to the underground prison, a question popped into Alan's mind. By the way, why were both of you standing still earlier? Earlier? Yes. Tilda, I don't know. She wasn't moving, so I just stood still too. I thought I'd move when she did. Her nonchalant response left Alan staring at her in disbelief. Why? Xiaoreng's innocent expression made Alan shrug and continue walking out of the cave. The incident passed in the stillness of the early morning, with not a single soul around to witness it. The 3 days spent in turn flew by in a blur. By the 4th day, the conference had officially ended, transitioning into a period of camaraderie without any formal meetings. For Alan, this meant, if I'm going to act, I need to act quickly. Having already gained everything he needed, Alan decided to leave without hesitation. Master, you're leaving already. I've got things to do. Though. Hearing this, Xiaoreng's tail drooped dramatically. While not as if her world was crumbling, her disappointment was plain for anyone to see. It reminded Alan of a child's endearing pout, prompting him to add, I'll come visit again sometime. Really? Sure. Though he didn't entirely mean it, he knew he'd soon have to travel near her again to meet the dragonkin. Pacifying her with this promise, Alan bid Xiaoring a brief farewell and quickly set off. Shortly afterward, Alan visited Deus to say goodbye. Are you talking about Ranavelli? Deus asked. Yes. Then allow me to accompany you. Alan blinked, together. Yes, I was already planning to go to Ranavelli. Why? At Alan's question, Deus explained. 1 year ago, Reinhardt entered Ranavelli and hasn't returned. So, you're going to find him. Yes, we do have a lead, but none of the knights have been able to bring him back. A lead, but the knights couldn't bring him back. They suspect he's in the Selvena sector. Oh. Suddenly, everything clicked for Alan. The knights' inability to retrieve Reinhardt now made perfect sense. Of course, the Selvena sector. The Selvena sector was a vast, unexplored jungle within Ranavelli, one of 3 charted regions, and home to grotesquely mutated monsters. The likelihood of an ordinary knight surviving in the Selvena sector was slim. Once inside, they would likely be reduced to nothing but bones. After all, even in the game's psychedelia, the Selvena sector wasn't accessible until the mid to late stages of the storyline. Using the blessing of the ruins would work, but there's no way the knights would know about that. Recalling the game's mechanics, Alan nodded lightly. All right, I'll go with you. Yes, I'll accompany you. And so that day, Alan departed for Ranavelli with Deus. Traveling to Ranavelli over several days with Deus turned out to be more enjoyable than Alan had anticipated. When they first boarded the carriage together, Alan had worried it would be an awkward, silent journey, much like their past interactions. However, to his surprise, Deus was unusually talkative this time. Because of that, seems like we're almost there. It appears so. As the air grew damp enough to soak through their clothes, Alon realized they were nearing the edge of the jungle. He began mentally organizing the tasks he needed to accomplish during their time in Rana Valley. First task, the ruins of Malacca. Alon nodded lightly to himself. Visiting the ruins of Malacca wouldn't be too challenging since he already knew their location from a side quest in the game. Although the game depicted the ruins as being inaccessible due to a collapsed entrance, the real world might be different. Second task, finding the matching bracelet. Reaching into his coat, Alon retrieved a bracelet, one he had recently obtained in turn. By itself, the bracelet had no function or power. The other half should be in the hermit's sanctuary. If he could retrieve the other bracelet from the hermit's sanctuary and combine the two, the resulting artifact would become invaluable to him in his current state. Third task, preparing for the Forgotten One. The last and perhaps most critical task was to locate an item capable of countering the Forgotten One. Unlike the other otherworldly beings Alon had faced so far, the Forgotten One was already fully manifested in this world. This made it a much greater threat. Phew! How much time had passed as Alon exhaled a small sigh and finished his thoughts. We've arrived. Alon soon realized that they had reached a small duchy bordering the jungle, the territory of Luxable, specifically the domain of Caslot. Climbing out of the carriage, he braced himself for the trek into the jungle. From this point on, they would need to walk to the exploration camp, established by mages and adventurers deeper inside the jungle. The trio, Alon, Deus, and their guide, headed straight for the southern gate leading toward the jungle. As soon as they passed through the gate, "Sir, it looks like this is your first time here. Do you need a guide? Just tell me your destination and I'll take you there right away." Hawkers swarmed them, eager to sell their services. It was as if they had been waiting for fresh faces to appear. I expected there to be a lot, but this is far more than I imagined. The area near the exploration camp was a hotbed of relics and ruins, making it a prime location for artifact discoveries. Naturally, this drew a steady stream of adventurers and starry-eyed mercenaries hopping to strike it big. Alon took a step back from the aggressive hawkers. "I'm fine, I already know my destination." "Oh, come on, sir. This jungle is a maze and it's all too easy to get lost." "Even so, I'll manage." Alon firmly declined, and only then did the hawker reluctantly give up, turning and disappearing into the crowd. "There sure are a lot of hawkers here," Evan commented. "Indeed," Alon replied, just as they were exchanging observations. "Marquis." "Yes. Should I kill that man just now?" "What?" Alon was baffled by Deus's sudden suggestion. "Why? He insulted you." "He did." "Yes, I heard it clearly." "Well, while being insulted wasn't exactly pleasant, Alon didn't think it warranted a death sentence. Shaking his head, he dismissed the idea. "There's no need for that." "As you wish." Deus nodded obediently, though his calm demeanor did little to ease Alon's bewilderment. "Still," Alon added, "thank you for considering my feelings." Assuming Deus had made the suggestion out of concern for him, Alon nodded appreciatively, albeit with a faint smile. But exactly 5 minutes later, "Marquis, what is it now? Should I kill the hawker from earlier?" "Why this time?" "He insulted you again after you refused him and walked away." "Don't." "Understood." By the time they reached the southern gate that led into the jungle, Deus had made no less than 8 offers to kill the hawkers. Each time, he seemed genuinely regretful as he gazed after the offending individuals, his hand absently resting on his sword hilt. At this point, Alon couldn't help but wonder. Wait, did he awaken some kind of bloodlust or something? A strange unease began to settle in Alon's chest.